Good morning. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I just want to welcome you folks out there to the 130th Maine Legislature, and specifically this morning thank you for joining the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee as we work through our morning today. We're going to have an informational session, essentially a presentation from the Maine Education Policy Research Institute. And we'll begin that shortly, but I just want to let you folks know that this is going to be an informational session. It'll be on YouTube for your viewing at a later time. Should you want to go back and watch our highlights, you're certainly welcome to do that. We'll try to focus our questions through the committee as we're getting information from this group. I'm going to ask members shortly to introduce themselves, but if we can keep in mind just a few things, this is going to be a live viewing, and just keep that in mind. And if you would, just in terms of feedback, oftentimes try to keep your mic muted unless you have questions or we're responding to anything. That would be very helpful. And I'm sure that it appears that everyone, it looks like we've got all our names up there. Just want to be sure that you check that so people know who you are. So again, my name is Joe Rafferty, and I am going to turn to my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Woodsum.
Good morning, Dave Woodsum, District 33 in York County.
Thank you, sir. Representative Crockett.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you, sir. Representative Dodge.
Good morning, Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman here at the State Capitol. I represent District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Dave McCray. I represent District 148, and I reside in the great town of Fort Fairfield.
Thank you very much. And Representative Millette, I don't see here yet this morning. She's going to probably join us. Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. Tim Roach, representing District 7, and welcome to the last day of winter, at least for those of us on the southern calendar. I know for some of those up north, it's not, but.
Got to rub it in. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am live from Augusta. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, serving the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns and the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Thank you very much. And also with us this morning will be folks that we lean on the most in terms of getting help and assistance. Our clerk, Sam Baker. Sam is the committee clerk, and he'll help you should you have any technical issues as we move through our session. And we also have our analyst with us this morning, Hillary Risler, and Hillary will help us a lot in terms of all our facts and information. So this morning, as I said, we're going to be hearing from the Education Policy Research Institute, and I believe the first person, oh, did I forget someone? Sorry. Oh, Sam, He wasn't there when if you were, I'm sorry, Sam. My apologies. Our analyst, Sam Sempt, and again, we couldn't do much without our help from our analysts and clerks. They keep us going and keep us focused. So thank you very much. And Representative Dodge, thank you for the heads up there. Going back to our presentation, I believe our first presenter this morning is Amy Johnson. Good morning, Amy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Johnson, when you are ready, you have the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I do not see myself. Is my video on?
Oh, sometimes there's a little delay.
I do see Janet.
So we'll get started with a very brief overview of what MEPRI is about. And first we'll start with introductions. So I'm Janet Fairman. I'm an associate professor at University of Maine in Orono and co-director of MEPRI.
And
Thank you very much.
And I'm Amy Johnson, the other co-director of MEPRI, and I'm at the University of Southern Maine. And I've been here for about a little over 10 years. And Janet, when you're ready, I will start the screen share.
Thanks. Yeah, you can go ahead and start that. So we have just a really quick overview for your committee. Many of you know us and you know what MEPRI is about, and some of you are new to the Education Committee. So we'd like to get just a quick orientation. So we talk about MEPRI, and that stands for the Maine Education Policy Research Institute. It's a rather unique institution, and it's now going on 25 years. We've celebrated our anniversary this past year. It's unique in that we don't really know of other states that have something quite like it. And in fact, we've heard from legislators and staff in the past who have gone to national meetings that other legislatures are jealous of Maine that has this resource to draw on. So it was created by statute by the legislature in 1995, and it is co-funded. It's a cooperative agreement between the University of Maine system and the legislature. It is also co-located in that we don't have a physical building, but we have faculty who work on MEPRI projects at two campuses, USM and UMaine, and we have been working together for all these years. So the money is split equally, typically between both campuses. We also bring in faculty, education and economics faculty, other faculty, graduate students and research staff, depending on the expertise we need for various projects that we're working on. The role of MEPRI really is to conduct nonpartisan, objective education research, evaluation of programs, and policy analysis. So we have a wide span of different skill sets and types of work that we do under the umbrella of MEPRI. Most of that work is for the state legislature, and it takes the form of what we call a work plan, which consists of several projects, 5 to 6, sometimes even 8. This year we have 8 projects, largely because of COVID, which presented some new challenges and opportunities to study. That work plan has input and is shaped up about this time of year with input from various education stakeholder groups through an advisory group called the MEPRI Steering Committee. Those conversations help us to identify priority areas that need attention in education, everything from pre-K up to through college, higher education. We take those ideas back to you as the education committee, and we discuss them with you, and you have a chance to prioritize those different topics and vote on those, and that becomes our work plan for the next year. Amy and I, as researchers, work on helping you to define what the research questions are and to choose appropriate methods, whether it's a survey or interviews, or data collection and analysis in other forms. We also have contracts with the Maine Department of Education, which also come under the MEPRI umbrella, the largest of which is the work conducted at USM under Amy Johnson's directorship. That's helping the state, the department, in modeling proposed changes in the education funding formula for the state known as EPS, which is Essential Programs and Services. And we have other contracts as well with the state. Okay, on our next slide, we'll show you, these are some of the stakeholder groups that are currently represented on our steering committee. Again, that's an advisory committee. We have department representation. Obviously, we have the chair of the committee is David McRae. So we always have a chair who's a member of your education committee. We have the state board represented, superintendents, principals, teacher or association, and others. And this year, because we're moving to all Zoom meetings, we're not meeting in person, we're reaching out to others to invite them to some of our meetings to share input. We've reached out to community college system, special ed directors, curriculum coordinators, and others. And you'll also be getting an email from me later this afternoon inviting you, members of the education committee, to join our next meeting, which is next Thursday by Zoom. So we're really trying to broaden the participation, give more groups a voice as we begin to shape up the work plan ideas for next year. Okay, and just to give you an idea of what our work plan might look like, these are the topics we're investigating this year. At the top, really looking at, again, the impact of COVID with a focus on students in special education, so students with individual education plans or IEPs. So we're looking at how they received education, how they participated, how their teachers interacted with them. And related to that, you'll see the third bullet down is the use of teleservices. Many school districts contract to receive special education services remotely, for example, through video conferencing. And that might include things like speech therapy or other kinds of special services. And this, of course, became even more important during the remote education during COVID. So we're taking a closer look at that. Related to that is the second bullet, where we're looking at the challenges related to school districts billing for reimbursement through the Maine Care insurance program. It looks like, I think maybe we have a typo there in Maine Care. I apologize for that, just noticed.
Yeah, I just noticed that myself. I'm like, yeah.
So that in many cases, schools have been footing the bill for services that actually could be covered through Maine Care. But we have heard in recent years what headache it is, and they felt, we're kind of learning is why they aren't always billing for services and they could be billing for them, reimbursement. We're also looking at how early childhood students are being assessed or screened, those entrance screening tools that school districts use, known as Child Find, which help identify the special needs of those students for services. We're also looking at the high school level at career readiness programs that districts are implementing through extended learning opportunities. And two of the projects my campus is looking at specifically, one is leadership development opportunities at a variety of levels, but we're really focusing on principals primarily. We're looking at a variety of programs in the state that prepare principals initially, or school leaders, others as well, teachers, but then what opportunities are provided and available once principals take their role and they still need support throughout their careers. So that's been done through case studies and with different programs. And finally, we're looking at how schools, 6 different school districts, have leveraged the resources in their communities and regions to partner with nonprofit organizations, other community organizations, to provide services to their students and families. And just on the last slide, we have our website. We have many of our recent years publications available for download on our website. And if you want to contact either Amy or I, that's a good way to find out how to do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions just generally about what MEPRI does, or?
I see Representative Crockett has his hand up.
I do, and I was struggling how to get back on the screen with our great technology. Not so much a question, but I really wanted to thank you. And because I'm so pleased that the focus, I know it's widespread, but on IEPs and special ed. And I say that one, my wife is a special ed tech in the elementary school level, and the remote challenges for these folks has been exponentially more challenging. So thank you, and your focus is much appreciated on that.
Thank you. And Amy mentioned this has been her 10th year, right, Amy, working on these projects. This is my 19th year, so almost 20 years doing this work for the legislature and Department of Ed. So we've worked on so many different projects. We've really, it's quite interesting and fun. But you were going to hear a report. We have to reschedule that. But you were going to hear from our first report that Amy has worked very closely on my campus, surveying special education teachers and directors and hearing how students are faring. And actually the news is fairly positive, right, Amy? So we're pleased about that. There certainly have been challenges, but many students actually are thriving and doing pretty well. But it's very nuanced.
Representative Crockett, I would just say my kids went to Lyseth. I'm actually a constituent. And so I'm quite familiar with your wife. She's been a positive influence for my kids, I know. So thank you and thank her. But to say no gratitude needs to come our way for these topics that actually we don't choose the topics, you guys choose the topics. So I think the fact that we do have a focus on special education this year is really about what's happening in the policy front and what last year's session really thought would be helpful for you all to hear about this session. So that's how that works, is we certainly do our best to shape the work plan and suggest things that we think are important, but then the process takes its place from there, and the final topics are not under our purview. Can we get Jim Sloan in from the waiting room while we're...
And I would say, Representative Crockett, we have had several projects just in recent years focused specifically on students in special education and teachers, and particularly at the pre-K level. It seems to be a recurring topic. Others, topics that have sadly been recurring are challenges of teacher recruitment and retention, those ongoing challenges, obviously the school leadership issue. How do we attract people? How do we build capacity, feed that pipeline into school leadership and district leadership positions? So a lot of these things, we keep tackling them, updating the information, but also looking at it from different perspectives to help inform the work that you do.
Joe, can I add a final comment?
Sure.
I want to let Ms. Furman know that both Martha and I are UMaine Orono graduates. So we're very excited about the connection here with UMaine and USM. And Ms. Johnson, thank you for being such a fine advocate for all this as a constituent in my district. It's great to hear that and see that. And I will say, with respect to the challenges, it's really not, it's not teacher challenges. It's a lot more to do with the kind of what the technology, obviously, but what's happening on the home front and getting the coordination and everything in place has been, you know, quite something. So thank you.
Thank you. I have another question from Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. What I was wondering is, we've been talking recently, excuse me, about some studies that we've requested in some of the bills and some things that we've been talking about we wanted to see Maine DOE do, and the concerns from our perspective, from our committee, about adding on to more studies, you know, the concern we don't want to keep adding on studies. How does that work in relation to bills that we've recently been talking about to MEPRI, like, and DOE? How does that relationship work?
Sure. I'll just make a quick comment, and then I'm going to pass it off to Amy, because we've been in discussions sort of behind the scenes on some of these things. When we noticed our name is mentioned in legislation, obviously we don't have a big staff, or we have fixed funding that's only to do the work on your work plan. So we don't have other resources to draw on, or our time to take on more work unless there's some sort of funding. Although we do want very much to be nimble, and Amy and I have tossed around the idea with you, your committee, of maybe having one item on the work plan that is not designated, that allows us to be flexible and give you sort of ad hoc, rapid response support on something that comes up later in the year during your legislative session. So that's something that we might think about. But Amy, I'm going to turn it over to you to respond.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond. So, and I think Representative Salisbury, you're referring to reports that would be report backs for next January, like where the department is being directed to do work. And I do think that it's a good question. And it's, when I describe this contract to other people, I sometimes say it's kind of like MEPRI's on retainer to the Education Committee to be able to do work. And right now is the time where we say, what's the best and highest use of our time between now and next year? So these are sort of quick turnaround studies. You'll see we've got a pile of them we're trying to bring back. We've got 8 that we need to figure out how to brief between now and the end of your session. So there's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing where the process of developing this work plan begins with a stakeholder group, works its way through its system, and is ultimately decided by you folks, by the Education Committee. That sometimes has been a result, is instead of something becoming a resolve or a bill or a study that's conducted outside, we use MEPRI to do those, and it becomes part of our work plan. And then there's no fiscal note, because those resources for that work is already covered within the money that's allocated. And the funding for this sits, well, longer story. The funding is a contract that's a 1-year contract every year. So so I do think that's a valid question. It's something that different co-chairs have had different perspectives on how to use MEPRI and those resources. What is challenging is that if you were to pass a bill that directs MEPRI to do something, before we've had a chance to sort of cost out the study, make sure that we are the best and most appropriate way to get that done, it sort of disrupts that work plan process. So there's a chicken and egg thing. I don't know that we've found a perfect process, but I think it's the right question to ask, because I do think there are certain things that we could do within these resources without needing to drop it on someone else. The question I would say is that sometimes, depending on what the topic is, we may not be the best resource to get that work done. So there may be certain things that would be more appropriate to ask the department or some other group to do it, because we simply either basically would be just asking them to tell us, and it would be perhaps not the most efficient way to do things, or also things that we don't have the data. So case by case, we would be happy to talk about different ways of having those conversations, and figuring out how that could feed into the work plan process. That was a long answer, but I think that was relevant. So hopefully that helped.
Thank you very much, both of you. I appreciate that.
And just to jump onto that, to add on to Amy's comments, is if you are thinking about putting something in a bill, please, contact us and through your co-chairs or David McCray. Let's have a conversation before it goes into writing, because there's nothing worse than just being surprised and saying, oh, we didn't know we're being asked to do something. And because we can sort of work that out ahead of time through conversation.
Well, thank you very much. And Mr. Sloan, good morning.
Good morning. I'm a research analyst, research associate at USM, and most of my work is with EPS on the education funding side. And I've been working on EPS since before implementation. I wasn't on the original report from the 1990s, but starting in the year 2000, I have been working on essential programs and services, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Okay, great.
Do we have any? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
I think we're ready for this point. Is that right?
Sure. I didn't see any hands up for any other questions, so great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, we are happy to be here to talk about some of the work that we did for the Department of Education as part of our separate contract with them to review components of the Essential Programs and Services funding model. Most of this slideshow is pulled from a presentation we actually gave to the Education Committee last February when the report was a little more recent. We've updated it a little bit to hopefully respond to some of the bills that are pending this session. But if this looks familiar to some of you, that's good. That's helpful because some of this is repeat for some of you. And I'm going to talk briefly about some of the big picture, and then Jim will present some of the more nuts and bolts findings. And if you have questions about the big picture stuff, I ask that you interrupt me as I go. Once we get to the finding stuff, I think it might be better to let Jim present and then take questions. So we can be flexible, and if there's something you need clarification on, please, by all means, do let Senator Rafferty know. So as many of you know, the goal of Essential Programs and Services funding model is to make sure that every child has the opportunity to learn the main learning results. And the resources that are required to do that may be different in different circumstances. So the underlying goal of EPS is to attend to both adequacy, so that school districts have adequate resources, but also equity, so that students have equitable opportunities to learn. And then to talk a little bit more about adequacy. So it is a common funding model in many states to just set a flat per pupil amount that we say, those states would say, we're just going to fund X per pupil. The principle of adequacy and having an adequacy-based cost model is about trying to have a deeper and more nuanced understanding of the resources that are needed to provide a minimum level of education to meet the main learning results, to meet those state standards, with the acknowledgement that what might be needed in one part of the state or for one student could be different than might be needed elsewhere. So adequacy is about attending to something a little more nuanced and trying to understand what resources are needed for a given situation. So the EPS funding model is not about trying to direct how schools spend their money, or at least not in original intent. And there are a few components that have some stipulations, but for the most part, EPS is about trying to have a better way of saying, how do we allocate resources to schools? It's not about trying to direct or predict budgets. It's not about trying to tell schools exactly how they should be spending their money. It's about trying to make sure that amount is a little bit better than something flat across the board. So the way that the allocation works is on the cost model side is figuring out what each district needs, that total allocation based on both student characteristics as well as district characteristics. And then on the subsidy side, in looking at that total allocation, which again will be different from one district to the next, there's a required local share, that's that mill rate expectation, and then the state fills that gap with subsidy. So the amount of subsidy that any district will receive will depend on what that gap is between what they raise from their mill rate and their total allocation. So, and then to receive that full amount of subsidy, they have to spend that total allocation. If they don't raise the actual required EPS amount, then the gap between their mill rate and what they're raising is a little lower. They won't get their full subsidy. So EPS total allocation really becomes sort of a floor of the minimum we expect every district to raise in order to access all of the subsidy to which they're entitled. Any questions so far? I know you've heard the EPS thing a few times, but sometimes it helps to hear it from someone else's voice. Okay. So now we think it's helpful. And actually I saw that you've got a whole conversation this afternoon around equity. So I thought we would include this slide around thinking about two different kinds of equity. There is horizontal equity, which is equal treatment of equals. So sometimes people talk about equality and equity as two different things. And we tend to think of it more as equality is a type of equity, right? So in certain situations, you want equality. You want students with similar needs to receive similar services. Equality is many times a good thing. What's helpful to also think about in terms of equity is what we call vertical equity, which is that in unequal circumstances, we will sometimes want unequal treatment because we want to make sure that kids get what they need and not just what some other kid got. So students with more intense needs need more services. So special education is one example of a vertical equity component in our funding model. And the regional adjustment, which is what we're going to talk about today, is another aspect of vertical equity. It's about recognizing regional differences about the need for resources that would affect what adequate looks like in one part of the state versus the other. I can't see hands up, so I'm assuming that is not my job. If otherwise, let me know. But at any rate, I only see a couple of faces at a time. So perfect of the geographic cost adjustment, also called the regional adjustment, is acknowledging that costs do vary from place to place across the state, including cost of living, cost of doing business, but especially the cost of providing an education. And particularly the regional adjustment is interested in recognizing the difference in human resource costs in different parts of the state and how that impacts what adequate looks like for resources in different parts of the state. So more specifically, what the regional adjustment looks like is a multiplier that would be added just to the school personnel salaries. That the regional adjustment doesn't affect the entire EPS formula. It only addresses the salary pieces in EPS. The regions are based upon the Department of Labor's labor market areas. So labor market areas are a well established economic principle that recognize some of these variations based on things like commuting patterns and density, things like that. The labor market areas that we use in the EPS formula are slightly different from the DOL labor market areas because school districts don't necessarily map perfectly onto those element on the Department of Labor's LMAs, but they're close. We adjust things slightly, but they resemble those LMAs. Right now, the Department of Labor LMAs that we're using at this point are based on the labor market areas that exist based on 1990 census data. So one of the things I know you've already talked about in your public hearings is the fact that this component in EPS has never been updated. And so it is based on labor market areas, but I would have to say at this point, they are more loosely based on those DOL labor market areas. So the way that they're calculated is through a regression formula where we look at actual teacher salaries within each region and then try to figure out, after adjusting for education and experience, how much of the difference in salaries is due to regional differences as opposed to the variation that just would naturally occur from one district to the next. And so in the regional adjustment process, an index of 1 represents the state average. So it is set so that 1 is average, and then areas that are in labor market areas that are below average would be adjusted downwards. Above average areas would be above a 1.0. So it's an index process. Jim, have I skipped over anything too quickly? Did I miss anything before we go to the next slide?
No, I think you've covered it.
Okay. So this is sort of the take home about the regional adjustment. So the regional adjustment does not guarantee a minimum salary, and it does not limit the salaries. So it's merely about trying to understand and model adequacy on the funding allocation side. The actual salary amounts that are set are established through contract and through the minimum teacher salary that's set in statute. So the biggest policy lever that the state has to address actual teacher salaries is not through the formula as it's currently designed. This is something that is sometimes, I think, a source of confusion. Within each labor market area, you would see variation from one district to the next with some higher salaries and some lower salaries. This index value is about basically capturing what are those patterns that are above and beyond those individual variations within each district and would persist region by region across the state. And with that, we're ready to move into the findings. So I'll just pause here and say, are there any questions about the sort of the bigger picture mechanics of what the regional adjustment is intended to accomplish within EPS or how it's calculated? All right, I do see some hands up, but I don't know who was first, sorry. Senator Rafferty, do you want me to pick a name or should I let you handle that?
Senator Rafferty, I believe your mic is muted.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to find it. I had Representative McCray and then Representative Crockett, please. Sorry about that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you, MEPRI people, all of you. Anyway, I've always been fascinated by the LMAs, more concerned because they are basically seated in 1990. I'm in a very rural part of the state, and I get this question occasionally. Not that a lot of people know the details as to how it comes about, but is the LMA, I mean, I know there are a lot of factors that go into it, the regional economy and cost of living in that region and all that. But do you think that it is high time to change the date that these are based on from 1990 to perhaps 2020?
I'm going to let Jim follow up on this, but the short answer is we thought we were going to recommend that when we did this review, and at the end of it, we came away saying not quite yet. We think we should wait for the 2020 census data and do it then. But Jim, do you want to answer that with more detail?
Sure. Yes, that is a concern that the areas that the geographic boundaries are based on older data, and we do have new boundaries that are based on 2010 census data, but still that's not getting as new as we'd like it. And so I do think that it would make sense at this point, instead of changing twice, to change the boundaries once and make sure that we get it right and get it something that's going to be good going forward.
Brief follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Yes. It's probably a Jim question, but I don't know for sure. What are the factors, like, for example, my local region is at 0.9, which definitely affects school funding, et cetera. And what are the factors that put that? Now, you may want to do this later in your presentation, I don't know. But what are what kinds of factors determine whether you're at 1.15 or 1 or 0.9?
So it actually is, the way that we do it is based totally on just teacher salary data. We use salary data as a way of understanding what those differences are. Jim, could you take a stab at a high level regression explanation?
Yes. We don't use exactly regional averages for the salaries because the salary scales are different. And there are different levels of education and experience of the teachers. And so we do use a statistical method called regression analysis to adjust the averages so that we end up for each region with an experience and education adjusted average. So it makes a slight difference from teacher average salaries, but I think it's more appropriate to use the adjusted average.
So for example, if we were to take two districts side by side, we don't want to compare them directly because one district might have more expensive staff just simply because they've been there longer and they're more experienced and thus have higher salaries from incremental wages along the way, or because their staff have more advanced degrees, which typically in contract negotiations does result in higher salaries. So the process will look at education and experience to adjust for how much of the difference in salaries is from those factors, and then try to figure out how much of what's left is due to regional differences.
Just a brief follow-up, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
It's been my experience because I've worked in negotiations and teacher rep and stuff like that for forever. It strikes me strange that if salaries in a region, usually rural, are depressed, even though the cost of living for those teachers may be higher, the economy may not be such that it supports higher teacher salaries. Therefore, the funding for the schools that they teach in is severely affected by the fact that the salaries are lower, even though the cost of living is higher. So it just seems like it's a whipsaw going both ways, and it's sort of a double-edged sword, and I'm not sure if it's a chicken and the egg thing or not. I don't know.
Well, I would say this really gets at the heart of, I'm sorry, I think that was to me, but this really gets at the heart of the principle of adequacy versus trying to use the formula as a policy lever. So that what labor markets in general would tell us is that we do expect some regional variation. That's sort of how things do work. The principle of adequacy would say we want to make sure that districts get the amount that they need to pay for labor costs in their area. So recognizing that in order for Sanford to compete with York, which are districts with very different abilities to pay, but that would compete in the same labor pool, that we need to make sure that Sanford gets an adjustment so that they are getting more resources to be able to compete in that labor market. The fact that some areas of the state have labor markets that are more competitive and higher, other parts of the state are less competitive and schools can purchase those resources with less money, maybe isn't fair. And maybe that's a separate conversation, but it is what is not unique to Maine. That's how labor markets typically work. And the principle of adequacy would say, we don't necessarily want to require that a school district should raise more money than they're actually paying out in salaries, because that both would just have more money. For example, if we were to take a district and say, we want to give them a 1.0 right now, unless you were to change how statute works, the district would not be required to raise the salaries up to state average unless you had some other mechanism to do that. So by raising it up to at that state average, you'd be giving them a lot more money, which has a taxpayer burden both for the locals and the state, but you wouldn't be affecting those teacher contracts in any way that would actually raise salaries. So this part of the formula is trying to make sure that what you're given is adequate for what you need. If I agree that there is the fact that there are differences across the state in teacher salaries is something that is a necessary policy conversation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your patience.
Well, thank you. Representative Crockett.
Chair, if I read and heard, I think it was on the previous slide, the formula today doesn't account for a minimum teacher salary. Since we passed a minimum teacher salary of 40,000 last session, is work being done to address that measure in the formula going forward?
I'll take this quickly, and then Jim, if I go too quick, you can fill in. So what the regional adjustment captures is the patterns in differences. As districts incrementally raise their salaries to get up to the minimum 40,000, and there are districts that were below 40, obviously, it's not necessarily true that the patterns will change, but it's probably true that the patterns will change. And so what we are continually looking at this every 3 years. And this year actually is a year that we are looking at salary matrix, as well as another review of regional adjustment. So we'll have an even more updated look at this year. It's a little bit challenging because the updated data that we have includes COVID data, right? So data from this past fall is a little bit like, how do we use that? But yes, we should expect that the patterns may change somewhat, but in theory, raising the minimum might not necessarily change, it brings up everybody. Did that make sense? Because again, this is an index process where 1 is the average. So if everybody went up proportionately by exactly 3%, nothing would change in the regional adjustments. It's when things change in a pattern that the bottom comes up more than the top, which is probably what's going to happen, that things might shift, the average might shift, and the difference from the average might also shift.
Let me just add that yes, that is in our research plans for both of these components. The salary matrix component, which is more dealing with the base average salaries and salaries at different levels of experience for the teachers, for calculating the salary allocation, but also within the regional adjustment component review, that is in our work plan to look at the effect of the 40,000 teacher minimum. And we have looked at it in the past as well, and it does have an impact. The impact is not terribly large on the regional adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Stearns, followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, MEPRI folks, for being here. Good to see a couple of you and to meet Mr. Sloan. Couple of comments. If the average, it was stated that the average goes up and it brings everybody up. And I get that as far as the 1.0, the index there. But some things stay the same. And one is some factors, the amount of local valuation, property valuation that's behind each student is a very important piece of data. Along with median family incomes, the ability for those people, those taxpayers, to be able to pay, along with the educational level of the adult population, the taxpayers. Those are all factors that come into play. Would it be safe to say, so that as the wages go up, the gap has appeared to widen in teacher salaries from the lower socioeconomic places to the greater to the higher socioeconomic places. Are we not in a position where we're chasing a tail a little bit by the haves driving things up, and then the legislature steps in and says, hey, have-nots, you've got to raise a certain amount of money to pay your teachers. And so we end up with something like the $40,000 minimum, and yet those pieces in place in those communities, medium family incomes, property valuations, do not follow along with that. And I think that results in perhaps they make tough decisions and say, okay, we're going to have to pay that 40,000, but we're going to have to do it with 2 less teachers or less staff. I don't know if that was a question or an observation, but if you could reflect on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
When we talk about the findings, you will see that in fact the range has been getting larger between the bottom and the top. And that is, again, that's about what's happening in the main economy. And I think that you're right that there are differences in parts of the state in what that labor market looks like, how the proportion of the teachers that are able to have access to earn master's degrees, which often comes and affects salary. So yes, those gaps are increasing over time. And that is one of the reasons why it's challenging and why it gets a little more challenging, I think, every time we talk about this, because every time we want to update and the gap gets bigger, it's even harder the changes are more dramatic, I guess. And that's why one of the things that we'll talk about is maybe putting in some floors or ceilings in that. I'm starting to wonder if maybe what we could figure out is what the remaining questions are, and I'll just try to decide if they think they're going to be answered in the findings section rather than answering them all right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have one from Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very interesting discussion, and it's good to meet you folks. Follow along the line of questioning. The $40,000 base that was established a few years ago has no directive that this money will actually be used for teacher salaries. Is that correct?
So the 40,000 minimum salary did not affect this regional adjustment yet. So the 40,000 minimum salary is a separate set of changes that are happening, much more in the minute kind of adjustments happening between the districts and the Department of Education and how the funding is working. What we did back in 2019 was we actually did try to model how we thought the minimum 40K salary would affect the regional adjustment, but we had to make some pretty basic assumptions. So what we basically did is if we looked at the data and we brought everybody up to 40 and then we recalculate what those adjustments would have looked like if everybody had been at 40, we did that math. And what we found out is it actually didn't change those gaps very much. It changed things a little bit, but it really wasn't that dramatic. And so which goes back to that other point of it was raising things up in terms of what the dollar amounts were, but it wasn't necessarily changing the patterns of how things changed across the state. So knowing that we did that based on some really lousy assumptions, like everyone will go up to 40, but then the rest of the salary scale won't change at all, things like that. We do recommend that we keep looking at this regularly because we do expect some of those patterns to change. But the regional adjustment process looks at actuality and then adjusts after the fact to see how the patterns are changing. The minimum 40K salary affects it in the moment in that actual salary year. So just, I think what you were implicitly, what we're saying is this regional adjustment, if we were to change it, unless it came with some other statutory changes, wouldn't guarantee that any additional amount would be spent on salaries. The 40K minimum salary does have a direct impact on what salaries are actually paid to educators. Was that just word soup, or did that answer your question, Senator?
Well, it does and it doesn't. But I guess my point is that it would seem that if the intent was to increase teacher salaries by offering this $40,000 base, that's where the money should go. It should not be used by various districts to employ more ed techs, teacher aides, et cetera, et cetera.
And I think that this would be a great question, I think, for Joanne Allen, who I think might be later in your work session. But that is my understanding of what happens, is that the additional money that is appropriated for salaries is going to teacher salaries, because that's how they calculate how much money you get. So I don't think there is, maybe I'm out of my depth, but this regional adjustment does not affect salaries. That separate process that's happening is related to actual data about teacher salaries.
Okay, and I would appreciate maybe a discussion later on with Joanne.
She's really the expert on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you. We have an additional question from Representative Millette.
Actually, I just want to first say that schools are required to pay $40,000 minimum. It's in statute. It's on page 335 in section 13407. It's very clear. There's no getting around it. This is one area where we are actually requiring what we have put in statute. So from my perspective, that's good news, because as we have discussed for many, many times, we're having serious problems recruiting people into the education profession. And when your minimum salary is below us down, it requires multiple jobs in order to be an educator, you've got problems. And so I guess what I would ask is, folks have been raising lots of issues, and I have so many thoughts and feelings and comments and responses. But I know that Amy and her team have a lot to present to us. So what I'm really hoping we can get through this presentation and all this really great data. And then we can, at another time, perhaps have some of these robust discussions about cost of living and teacher salaries and the likes.
And
Thank you.
Sorry, again, I think that I'm just going to say one more thing, because I think it might present a different way of thinking about this regional adjustment that might help jar people thinking in a different way. So if the state had an entire salary schedule and not just a minimum 40K teacher salary, this regional adjustment could look very different. If we had, and I'm not saying we should do this, but I'm saying just as a way of understanding how this works, if we had an actual salary schedule, our process could be very different, and we could be looking at adjustments where 1.0 wouldn't represent average. 1.0 could be the state salary schedule, and we would be looking at adjusting upward based on how much a district is over and above that salary schedule. Because we know if there's a minimum in statute that they're all doing that. The question is difference from that. The way we have had to calculate this in absence of any kind of any policy around salaries is we have to use averages, or that's the most accurate way is to use averages. So we have this index process that's based on average, which then has all the politics of no one likes to be below average. We have a kind of a Lake Wobegon challenge happening here. It is the best way that we can do it based on the policies that we have in place. But the minimum 40K, again, is separate from this, because this piece is about trying to understand adequacy and not trying to direct a given amount to a specific teacher, because that's handled at the local level based on salary negotiations. This is just about trying to make sure the district gets about the right resources that they need based on the characteristic of which part of the state and which labor market they have to interact in. The findings is actually going to go, I think, a little quicker, because we've covered a lot of the things that I think might have come up in the findings. So cross fingers. My slides are not advancing. Jim, I'm going to share your PDF. So this is where we're going to pivot and go to the handouts that I emailed last night, but we're also going to screen share. Jim, is there anything you want to say about the slide before I bring up the handouts?
Can we answer one more question, please, before we do that?
Of course.
Representative Brennan had his hand up, please.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Ms. Johnson, Mr. Sloan, thank you for being here. I just want to follow up on the comments of Representative Stearns. the purpose, the regional adjustment was put into EPS in 2005 because EPS was calculated based on state average. And there was a recognition that the cost of education across the state was not average, that in different labor markets, different parts of the state, the cost of education was different. There also, up until 2000, there had been a cost of living adjustment in the school funding formula that also recognized, as Representative Stearns pointed out, different factors within the community related to income and financial capacity. That was dropped in 2000, but the regional adjustment was put in order to balance out the averaging within EPS. And as I look at the regional adjustment that you've done, it's played out pretty much the way, quote, that it should, because it does recognize labor differences and labor costs and educational costs across the state. What they tend to show is that the labor cost and those teacher costs are higher in the southern part of the state than they are in other parts of the state. But also those communities tend to be ones that are low receivers in school funding. So if you look at in terms of how it's balancing out and in terms of the formula, some of the districts that Representative Stearns was talking about are also very high receiver communities through EPS. And when you look at Kittery and the southern part of the state, they tend to be very low receivers. So in some ways, I would say the analysis you've done and the data shows exactly what the regional adjustment is supposed to be doing. And I wonder if you would agree with that assessment.
Yes. I think that the math is what it is. It does recognize sort of an economic reality of that there are regional differences in labor markets.
Thank you. And then we'll take one last question from Representative Stearns, and then we'll try to get back into the presentation if we could.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and I'll try to make you not regret that decision. I thoroughly understand what Representative Brennan is saying, and I understand that it costs more to live in a place that where salaries are extremely high, housing is extremely high. I get that, but I would ask the members of the committee to do a little mental exercise, and let's say that we had regional salary cost indexing completely outside of the funding formula, that the funding formula was based strictly from a student perspective. And then we had a whole separate bill, a whole separate funding mechanism that would say, all right, we have negotiated some very high salaries in more well-to-do areas. Should the state engage in providing them more money for that fact? That's just another way to look at it. I like to look at it from the youngster's perspective. How about that second grader in the seat? Not necessarily the fact that median family incomes are high, valuations high, et cetera. And I will now be quiet. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Johnson, I think it's up to you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think we will. I'm going to stop this share and bring up another document. I'm going to stop this share and bring up another document. Sorry about that. This always takes me a second. There we go. All right, Jim, take it away.
Okay, so in this, on this screen, you can see this is in your handouts. And so you can follow along on the screen or with your handouts. And we have, in terms of our activities and what we did and what we found, this was about updating the salary data. So we recalculated the regional adjustment using the same labor market areas that we had done before, and came up with different results. And as you can see, the salary range has increased. Again, this is based on actual salaries adjusted for education and experience. So you can see the labor market one there, Kittery York LMA, had gone from a 1.06 up to a 1.16. So that's become the highest cost area in the state. If we look down, you can see Greater Portland, and you can see some other ones. There are also areas at the lower end where they've decreased. And I'll draw your attention to line 23, Lincoln Howland has gone from a 0.86 down to a 0.80. And that's reflective of the actual salaries within that LMA. And keeping in mind that there are some SAUs within that LMA that are paying more than the 0.8, and some that are paying less than the 0.8 in terms of the actual salaries that they're paying. And then clear at the bottom of this, at this table, you see where the lowest, you can see the range. So the original and current adjustment, the lowest adjustment was 0.84, and the highest is 1.09, and that's one that we stuck with until now, and as a state, and 0.80 and 1.16 would be the new adjustment if you decided to update the adjustment to reflect actual salaries and actual salary scales in more current data. Another thing that we looked at was, again, these changes, changing the boundaries of the labor market areas to reflect more current census data. So the 2010 census instead of the 1990 census. One of the major changes that occurred between the 1990 and the 2010 was that the way that they created labor market areas in the newer labor market areas, entire metropolitan areas and micropolitan areas are each considered to be one labor market area. So one of the things that it did was it led to larger labor market areas around the metropolitan areas that included more variation within the labor market area. Another consequence of that change is that the new labor market areas cross state lines. So when you look at York, Wells, Kittery area, that is part of the Portsmouth, New Hampshire labor market area because it's part of the metropolitan area. When we looked at it, we looked at the main data, the main sliver, the main portion of that labor market area. But as we said, we're not recommending moving to the 2010 census labor market areas and re-examine the issue with hopes that we can move to the new labor market areas with the 2020 census data. So we looked at many policy options, and these are options that have been coming up through the years and pretty constantly. And we have costs of those in the next table, but we'll just go through so we understand what we believe some of the options are. And one of them we labeled option 1, which is removing the regional adjustment altogether, or bringing everybody to 1.00, bringing them up to 1.00 or down to 1.00. Another option would be to keep the status quo, keep the adjustment exactly as it is, using that narrower range based on the 2004 to 2005 salary data. Option 3 would be to keep the same labor market area boundaries, but update the salary data. And that's the one that would be, again, that wider 0.8 to 1.16 range. Or the boundaries could be updated as well as the salary data. And that's option 4. There were also some modifications to the salary, to the regional adjustment that we looked at, and these have also been talked about through the years. And one would be to add a floor so that nobody could be lower than a certain amount. So for example, bringing everybody that's below 1 to 1.0 would be an example of adding a floor at 1.0. Another number could be used as well, such as everybody gets at least a 0.9 or a 0.93. Another option would be to add a floor and a ceiling. And we have 2 options there, because you could either simply put a cap on at, say nobody can go beyond a 1.10, for example, or add a soft cap. And what that means is that the way that we calculate that would be to say that, if you're at a 1.16, you're not going to get in terms of your actual salaries, you would not be getting the regional adjustment of 1.16, but bring that down somewhere between the middle of where the soft cap is and that number. So if the soft cap were 0.08, then that would result in, I believe, a 1.12 or 1.13. And that's what the options are. And I'll get to some of the reasons behind those options when we talk about our recommendations. But in between that and now, I also wanted to introduce this. This is table 7, which is important. It's in your full report, and it's also in your handout. And this is where the options are costed out. So this is an estimate of the change in the total allocation based on which option, policy option. So for example, removing the adjustment would have a small effect on the total overall cost, but it would involve a lot of shifting around of money, where you can see that where the total cost is within $1 million of zero. A lot of SAUs would be having an increase, and a lot of SAUs would be having a decrease. Now, one of the more recent policy options or policy modifications has been talked about is the hold harmless, which we did not address in our report. It wasn't something that was talked about at the time as so much. And that would be where you update the salary data, but if your adjustment would have gone down based on the update, you're given the higher of, you get to keep the old update. So you're given the higher of the adjustment based on the 2004-2005 data and the newer adjustment. And luckily, fortunately, within our tables, when we looked at these, which SAUs have an increase and which SAUs have a decrease, you can use this column in the table to determine the cost of the policy or of that option with an added hold harmless clause. So you can see it's no coincidence that the cost of adding a floor at 1.00 which is 22.6 million, is the same as removing the adjustment but having a hold harmless, meaning everybody above one would get to keep their adjustment. So this is a very useful table in terms of cost benefit analysis, because this would be one of the items that you'd want to think about on the cost side. If we don't update the data, but at a floor, again, like a 1.00, the cost there you can see is 22.6 million. If you add the floor at 0.93 instead, that would have a cost of 3.8. And again, if you're just adding a floor, there aren't any SAUs with a decrease. So that's the same as it doesn't need a hold harmless, it would not need a hold harmless provision. But if you update the salary, when the salary update was on, some of the ones went up and some of the ones went down. Some of the ones in the middle kind of changed position. It might be in the middle, but it went down, or it might be in the middle, but it went up. So the things with the update, there are a number of SAUs that would have lower regional adjustment and some that would have a higher regional adjustment. The 3A.3, let's see, that's the one where the floor is added. And this is the one that the MEA in a recent public hearing was talking about with the hold harmless provision. And so that means that everybody below, the salaries would be updated. Everybody below 0.93 would be raised to 0.93, and every LMA where the actual salaries have gone down, they get to keep their older calculated regional adjustment. So we can know the cost of that by looking at again, that column SAUs with increase. And so that could be costed out as 12.4 million. And then we see the other, like the 3B, where you'd add a floor and a ceiling, or 3C, a floor and a soft cap. And you can see that those are lower cost options with becoming higher, not as low cost options if you would add the hold harmless provision to it by looking in that SAUs with increased column. And again, we also have option 4, which was updating the boundaries of the LMAs, and that's not one we're recommending, so I won't belabor that one. Let me note that those asterisks that you see by options, the reason those asterisks are there is that we have more detailed information about the effects of those policy options at the SAU level in the full report, the appendix of the full report.
And let me just make a quick note that these are estimated. The way that our process works is we use an existing year of data to model all these things. So this is modeling what 2018 would have looked like based on if we change some of the assumptions. So the actual cost would need to get modeled with current data. So those appendices aren't necessarily a to the penny kind of estimate, but they are really helpful in understanding how different policy options would affect different SAUs.
Let me also add that these total costs, again, that's the change in total allocation. And so it would have an effect on both the state share, or the subsidy, but also on the local share.
Right, that's that thing where every time we raise the total cost of education, we raise the mill rate, and then there's that process where it shakes out differently depending on where you're at with respect to that.
And there's in the full report itself, there is a little more information about the split between state share and local share. So I would recommend looking at table 7 in the full report as well.
Jim, are we ready for the recommendation?
I believe we're ready for the recommendations at this point. Okay,
You're going back to the slide format.
Back to the slide format. We had several recommendations, and one was to retain a regional adjustment because we do believe that it is required in order to have adequate and equitable distribution of resources due to the higher labor costs in some areas of the state. our recommendation number 2 was to institute a floor below, and the floor to be below 1.00. The reason for the floor is to ensure that there are sufficient funds to attract teachers. There has been persistent, I guess we could say persistent anecdotal evidence that, as people have talked about even today, that the ability to recruit and retain teachers in some of the lower cost areas of the state does not seem to be keeping pace with the state average. And so in terms of providing an ability for the local units to compete and provide more competitive salaries, that would be one policy option to do that. The reason for being below 1 is because that increases the increases the total allocation. It does increase the total spending that's required to get the full subsidy by any SAU. And so we did not recommend bringing it all the way to 1.00 because we think that in some areas that would require local spending beyond adequacy. Another thing to point out here is, again, this does not guarantee that that money would be spent on teacher salaries. This alone does not guarantee that, the way that the 40,000 minimum does guarantee it. And so we discuss in our report, and the MEA discusses and has talked for years about adding a requirement that in order to qualify for being brought up to the minimum floor, it's certainly worth considering adding an additional qualification that those areas do spend the monies on the teacher salaries and bringing the actual teacher salaries closer to the state average in order to get that additional allocation. And then we did not make a recommendation about whether to continue to use the 2004-2005 salary data or update the salary data. But we did recommend that if the adjustment is updated, that a maximum cap is included. And really it is for the same reason about the differences in the ability to attract and retain teachers, that even in the lower areas of the state, they are having trouble paying competitive salaries. In the higher areas of the state, those salaries may be, let's say, very competitive or hard to compete with. And then the fourth recommendation was not to update the geographic boundaries, as we've discussed. Yeah, just a brief comment about the fact that, yes, that in the current, the newer regional adjustment component review that is in the works, we are looking at the 40,000, the effect of the 40,000 minimum teacher salary. And Amy, is there anything that you would like to add about the recommendations?
No, the only point that I'd like to reinforce is to remember that within each region, within each LMA, we have districts that are above and below the average. So this is not about, I'll leave it at that. This is about making sure that Stanford's can compete with York, and also that that in other areas that we don't over-resource a district that already has ability to pay and doesn't need to pay higher salaries to recruit because their cost of living or other amenities are able to procure those staff at a lower than average salary. That's the economics behind this. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question from Representative Millet, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions now based on just what Amy just said. Did you just say over-resourced district that can attract candidates because their cost of living is less?
So probably not well thought out words. What I'm trying to say is that what I personally would not be in favor of is mandating that districts across the board raise their salaries to average if in a locality they already are able to do that without raising their total allocation. Because that would raise the mill rate, it would raise taxpayer burden above what is actually adequate for them right now. So again, trying to recognize that within each district, within each region, we want to make sure that we have adequate resources, but below average is not necessarily inadequate. It may be, but a district that is below average with this overall may be perfectly adequate, and requiring them to raise it above what is working just fine for them would be a taxpayer burden. Jim, can you say that better? I think you might have better.
I understood that. I think that makes sense. But again, to be clear, LMA does not require anybody to do anything.
Correct. It's
So
about.
I think we have to be really careful about how we're describing what LMA is. And so then my other question is, in terms of the possibility of a maximum cap, have you thought about potential consequence of, again, it's not when you the floors don't necessarily require any action, but if you cap, there could be unintended consequence in suppressing salaries for educators in certain areas of the state.
Jim, do you want to take this one and talk about the fact that it's relative to the current cap? I know I've been talking too much.
I think that in terms of the cap that we talked about and discussed in the report, it's one thing to point out is that there would not be any LMAs where this would result in a decrease to their current adjustment. So all of the SAUs that would be getting a cap, either fixed or soft, would also be getting at least what they're currently getting under the current regional adjustment. So in my understanding is that, that it would, the policy change would be a benefit at both ends of the scale, or both ends of the adjustment, I think is.
And
does that answer your question?
We have a question from Representative McCray, but before taking that, could you define, when you say maximum cap, can you define what you're capping?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
The capping, it would be a capping of the adjustment. So for example, if we talk about let's say a cap at 1.10, let's say, so that when we're talking about the caps, that it would reduce the increase that some of the units are getting. We're not looking at caps that are anywhere below current, the high amounts like the 1.09. We aren't looking at a hard cap below that. So we would only be looking at capping, certain that would apply to only certain areas.
So I've put table 2 back up on the screen. If we were to look at the top line, which is Kittery York, just to talk about what this might look like in a specific example. So right now, because things have not been updated, Kittery York is receiving a 1.06, but because the range relative to state average has grown since those data, if we were to update to where they are now, they're now 16% above state average as an entire LMA. So what we're saying is if we were to not go all the way up to actual and give them a 1.16, but to have some sort of a cap, that would still get them more resources, still bring them closer to their actual, but might not bring them all the way up to what their actual is. And again, the logic is that is sort of the inverse of what it might be on the other end. They have not been hampered by the 1.06 and being able to raise salaries. That's great news. It's great news for the teachers in that area. So there might be some logic in saying something less than 1.16 could be adequate. Jim, how was that?
Yes, I think that's good, and I would just add that on that top line. So again, if a soft cap, for example, was instituted at a 1.09, then Kittery York LMA would go would increase from the 1.06, but would only increase to either a 1.12 or 1.13. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's a number right in there in terms of where they would end up, and it's still a solid increase.
And again, the difference between a fixed cap and a solid cap is if we were to say a fixed cap at, for example, 1.1, then that would be it. 1.1, anybody above 1.1 gets 1.1. A soft cap would be something where we might perhaps average 50-50 or 60-40 or whatever policy you would decide to be able to say Kittery, for example, would get the average above 1.16 and 1.1. So they might get a 1.13 is what Jim is saying. That's the difference between fixed and soft, is whether you hard cap it or whether you phase it out and let them get some balance.
Thank you. But if I'm sitting in Kittery and you institute.
You almost are, if I understand, right? Yes, sorry.
But I'm feeling like I'm not getting what the formula is telling me I deserve.
I think that's probably how that would be perceived. It's the very similar thought process as what Machias might be saying right now. And I would say that it's that same underlying logic of it depends on how you want to think about adequacy and equity in the face of labor markets and ability to pay. I know that's word soup, but it's, again, right now it's 1.06. So acknowledging, we definitely recommend updating because they have not gotten a needed update in a long time. Whether the update needs to go all the way up to what they have been able to pay or something in between is a really valid question. And so we presented our stance, but you may disagree.
Thank you. Representative McCray, followed by Representative Stearns, please. I think you're muted, sir.
Thank you. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, I marvel at your statistics here, and that you can keep your head straight on this. So I may or may not be able to try to keep up. I kind of like, I understand the upper or the ceiling or the cap. I understand that, and I understand the reasoning behind it, and it appears that it's pretty saleable and reasonable. I'm wondering, there's one spot there where we were talking about having a floor something below 1.0. Now, there are some people that are at a floor of 0.80. is this kind of like looking at 0.95, or is this looking at 0.83 so that we can say we moved it a little bit?
The options that we looked at specifically were anywhere between 0.90 up to 1.0, and we focused a little bit on the 0.93. That seemed to be one that was getting some positive feedback in prior times that we've looked at this. And so we modeled the 0.93 a bit more. And that's why, so for example, the option 2A 0.3 has that asterisk. And so we have more information about that. And again, the option 3B and 3C also have the floor at 0.93, but that is a policy decision as to where that floor would be. But that is the one that we were modeling most. There seemed to be most interest in that particular floor.
Just to comment, it seems to be a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy in that more rural and perhaps more economically disadvantaged regions in the state can attract teachers that might not be able to get a job at a 1.16 area. Therefore, there's this is equitable. This might be an inequitable form of education, I guess I'll say, for lack of a better term.
I think what you're touching on is the idea of adequacy. The question is whether what those salaries have been buying is adequate, I think is what you're getting at. And we don't have a measure of that. Right. We don't have a way to say this is adequate, this is not. We have to use the best data that we can to estimate adequacy. And so again, these indices are capturing reality. Whether they're capturing adequacy is another question. And that really comes down to why we feel really comfortable recommending a floor and a ceiling.
Thank you.
And also in terms of the floor, it would provide more ability to pay higher salaries, more competitive salaries in those areas if they're having trouble competing for teachers, for retaining and for recruiting teachers. And it would only if an additional qualification were added, that to qualify for the floor, had you required that they pay certain salary increases or salaries closer to what the floor would indicate. That is without that additional qualification, there would be no guarantee that they would actually increase their salaries to a more competitive level.
And I think this is where it bears mentioning that in some of these districts that we're talking about, where there is a low ability to pay, EPS has become a cap because of warrant articles and how budgets are passed in this state. And so this is recognizing that these salaries are reflecting that this is what those districts have been able to raise. And some of that may not be adequate, I think is what we're saying. We can't say that it's inadequate, we don't know that, but there's a concern about that. And so raising up this to a floor would put more resources in those districts and might actually get them to the point where they can get more purchasing power. But again, if you, as Jim is saying, I think quite clearly, if you want to stipulate that it be spent on salaries, you would need some additional policy restrictions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I can tell you that the data and the analysis and the presentation has been absolutely excellent, and I really, truly appreciate it. My original question was regarding soft cap and hard cap, and that was very nicely explained, Amy. I appreciate that. I think maybe would another way to, with a recommendation of say a 0.93 and then maybe some type of soft cap at the top, would the goal behind this be to stay with adequacy, and yet maybe stop the bleeding that's happening? In other words, the increasing the gap. Is that safe to say? One thing that I like about this is that in no way do we ever want to stop communities that really have the resources and value strong education systems. No way do we want to stop them from moving forward with raising any amount of money, their money, that they like in order to do that. So would it be maybe this strategy stops that gap from widening?
That's why we recommended both a floor and a ceiling.
Yeah, I would add the caveat though that even with the current numbers the way that they are, the gap has increased. So we don't know that the gap is not going to increase. I don't think that there would be any guarantee in that regard that the gap would not be widening, but it might help. Having the floor and the cap might help.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Representative Millette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to remind folks that this is part of the calculation for the cost of education, right? If there's any sort of latent concerns about somehow resource-rich districts getting more money than those that are not resource-rich, we have a really powerful tool called the allocation methodology that uses property valuation as a way to assess ability to pay. And often what goes hand in hand with a higher labor market adjustment is a very low state contribution to the cost of education. Just want to remind folks of that.
Thank you.
And if I may, I think that also helps to get at Senator Rafferty's question about the recommendation on the cap. That is sort of implicit with our thinking, is that if we were to go, again, districts, the gap is widening because districts have been increasing salaries above and beyond their regional adjustment. And so it would be expensive to raise everybody up to actual, and they haven't needed to have actual to get where they are now. And that's why we felt comfortable recommending a cap, is that it would make sure that we're catching up, because right now we're probably hampering them with being able to reflect, to do what they need to do in their labor markets and purchase resources. But maybe getting all the way to actual isn't the minimum necessary for adequacy, and we need to balance that against the mill rate.
Thanks. Any other questions right now from anyone? Got to go through the hands here. Sorry.
Senator,
I'm not seeing any other questions.
Senator, I had one.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Representative.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, I might have missed this and you have said it, but James said 3 or 4 different times that even if we went with a soft cap at the bottom, a cap and then a floor, there's no guarantee that money would go to, the additional money would go to increasing teacher salaries or even increase the capacity of a district to attract a teacher given labor market forces. But did you have a comment on whether or not, if in fact we were to do that, that money would have to be, it would be directed, and that we would direct those school districts that they had to spend that additional money on teacher salaries?
Yeah, what I was saying back at the beginning was actually related to the 40,000 minimum salary. So because that policy is outside this formula, that is already what's happening. There's the 40K minimum salary is more directed and is making sure that any money directed towards that initiative is going where it needs to be. If you wanted to have to rein in the regional adjustment, especially with a floor, and make sure that the additional allocation went towards salaries, this alone would not do that. You would need to have some additional stipulations somewhere in policy.
Okay,
Ms.
thank you.
Litter might have. Did that answer
Thank
your
you.
question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions at this time? Yes, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To just follow up on the last comment that Amy made, in other words, by not setting that lower amount at 1.0, but by finding a sweet spot less than that, you're trying to provide a number that would bring teacher salary spending up in that system or in that region without going beyond the means of the local community to do that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Beyond the means, and again, beyond what might be necessary for adequacy. And this is where I don't want to, please, I hope this doesn't take us down to the weeds, but remember, we also have the salary matrix. The average can move over time. If we increase, the average will move. And so the amount given will also move. It's what this index is relative to the average. So as the average goes up, more money will flow. This is about relative to the average.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? Well, I just want to thank you folks very much. Gave us certainly a lot of information. I thought I understood school funding before we started. I'm not sure I'm just more confused or have too much knowledge to comprehend it. There's too much information to comprehend right now. So I'm sure I will watch this on a replay.
We're happy to come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. You have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks, Pepper.
So, committee members, one thing we were planning on doing was having a work session relative to two LDs, 566 and 270. And so there was a suggestion prior to our meeting that we potentially table those, but if we could, before we table them, get all our questions out for us to potentially do our homework on, or get any. I don't want to. Yes.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
We actually don't have to table them if we don't take them up.
Okay.
And perhaps what the committee could do is just have a conversation about questions in order to inform work sessions that will be scheduled in the future. But let's not create more work for ourselves than necessary. Just don't even take up the bills.
Senator, the only other question I would have, if Senator Stewart is here and available, it might be worth taking 5 or 10 minutes and allow him to comment on the bills, given that he wasn't available for the public hearing and we don't know if he'll be available when we schedule another work session.
Thank you, Representative. And if he is available and willing, we'd love to hear from him.
I'll bring him in now.
Thank you very much, Sam. Good morning.
Is this I have no background, so I'm just sort of Zoom bombing, I feel like at this point. Anything in the waiting room, so I just got pulled in and was like, oh wow, I'm on Zoom.
Senator Stewart, thank you very much. We appreciate your willingness to be here and share your knowledge with us if you could. So I'm guessing that you were able to hear our conversations prior to entering the room.
Unfortunately, I wasn't. For whatever reason, the link that I was provided put me in a waiting room just by myself. So that's where I've been for about 45 minutes.
Well, I see a hand up. Representative Stearns, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, I don't know if Representative Toole is available or not as well, but I want to remind folks that 566 is the Good Representatives Bill. And I don't know if we're going to end up melding these into one bill or killing one and using one as a vehicle, but if he's out there, I would like to have him have the opportunity to be with us as well.
You can reach out to him, Representative, but he's not currently. He was invited, him and his legislative aide, so he definitely received the link. But I can check in with him now and see if he's available.
That's fine. If he had an invitation, that's fair.
Okay.
So in any case, sir, we're really just searching for more information so that we can come back to these bills at a later date. And would appreciate anything you can offer in terms of assistance in doing that.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And I apologize. I wasn't able to make the public hearing when it was held originally. So I appreciate a couple minutes to, just provide some more information on this bill. So I don't want to reiterate what was already put in my written testimony. I'm sure that you've all seen that and had an opportunity to look that over at this point. From a high level, this is an issue that I've been working on since I was in my first term serving on this committee back in the 128th. And some of you were there then and are still there now and have that long-term institutional memory, which is helpful. And you may recall that in each legislature, I've put some measure forward that addresses this issue because I think it's an important one and one that really speaks to, particularly as we're trying to find equity in how teachers are compensated in the state of Maine. This is a glaring inequity, I think, that exists in our system and is important to address. The problem is, how do you find a way to do it? And that's something that legislatures have wrestled with numerous times since, I think, 2004, 2005, since the inception of the funding formula. And I don't know if we'll ever get there, but I think that if you look at, first of all, things have changed substantially since some of the data that is incorporated into the funding formula with regard to specific school districts that's utilized right now. So that may be something that the committee wants to take up this session. I don't know that, but it may be worth looking into. I know that you folks had a briefing from MEPRI and they may have had some suggestions. I don't know what those may have been because, again, I was sort of in a timeout corner for the last little bit. But hopefully there was some useful information there that may be able, and maybe they have suggestions on how that, might come about. The long and the short of it is too, that when you look at what is incorporated into those valuations of labor markets, it essentially is saying that it's way cheaper to live and work in rural parts of the state. But I can tell you that when you have to drive further, you have to heat your home at a higher rate. The fuel is more expensive up here. Our healthcare costs in particular are significantly more expensive than the urban areas. There's energy costs that are more expensive in rural areas. So the point being, it's not just about what the value of your home is. It's not just about property rates. Mill rates here. The mill rate in Presque Isle is 25. So the point being, I understand that there was a purpose for why this was put in a long time ago. That said, I think that particularly as we are looking with a conscious effort to try to find ways to increase teacher salaries with the minimum teacher salary that was instituted in the last legislature, as well as other initiatives that have been worked on by this committee and appropriations and others to sort of balance those inequities. This is one area that I really think deserves a good look. So I guess with that, I'm happy to take questions that the committee has. I mean, what we put forward this year was different than what we put forward in the other years. And it was actually a recommendation to try to pull up rather than balance out some of the differences between those districts. There's impacts to that across the funding formula. And it would have a fiscal note, obviously, that's rather substantial. But I think if we're looking at how we pay our teachers in Maine, this is something that needs to be incorporated as a part of that conversation. And so with that, I'll leave it at that. Happy to answer any questions anybody has. And thank you again, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to be here today.
Well, thank you. Any questions, folks? Not seeing any, sir. I just want to thank you for your availability. We appreciate it. And we're going to let you off the hook.
Take care and have a great weekend, everyone.
You as well. Have a great day. So just amongst ourselves and not bringing up in any specific bill, do we have any other questions before we take a break? Anyone need any clarification on anything? Yeah, yes, I see two hands up, Representative Brennan and followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator. And these are really questions for the department. I think I know the answer, and but if not, this data that's provided by MEPRI is an update from 2004, 2005, when the regional adjustment was first put in. At what point, what type of legislative action would need to be taken simply to incorporate the updated data that's in the MEPRI report move into EPS? In other words, I'm assuming that we would have to take some action just to simply take what MEPRI has done in terms of updating the labor market data, and that the department would not utilize that updated data until they're told so by the legislature. But I want to be correct about that.
Thank you, sir.
So that's just a question that can be answered at work session.
Sure. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would be helpful when we do have our work session on these bills, if we can have a bit of a work session to talk about what we just talked about, because I know for me, that was a lot of information that I have no background to add to that. So I think it would be helpful to add some context to that, and then explaining the process of what our role is, just like what Michael was just saying. And then how does that process work if we report out with the Department of Education? Really, that was a lot of information to take in and try to figure out the context of how we fit into that Department of Education. So I think it would be helpful maybe if we take a little bit of time. We don't need to rehash all of that, but maybe add it into the context of those bills.
Thank you very much. Great question. I know that I have similar thoughts, so thank you. Seeing no other questions then, I will end this session, and I think I get about, oh, it's coming up near to 12:10. We're still good to come back at 1 o'clock. Folks, enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much. Sam, we're going to keep the same link, correct? So we want to mute and probably take your video off.
Yep, unless you want everybody to see your sandwich.
Thank you. dear. I just.
I will say these noon lunches are a little different for those of us who are still in the school districts. My lunch is at 10:45 most days.
What is it, 15, 20 minutes?
23. I
23.
actually get 30, but I'm going to be honest, but about 23 minutes for the kids, which is amazingly plenty of time because by about the 10-minute mark, they're off the wall.
That's because we've trained them to swallow fast. You know,
Yes.
it's unbelievable. Yeah.
I always feel bad for the little guy that's just sitting there enjoying his lunch and doesn't have time to really finish it.
I gotta be honest, when we were talking to the nutrition guy the other day, I did have a craving for a chicken patty sandwich. I gotta be honest.
There was a story a while back about a guy that, this was years ago, he retired from the Portland school system. And the next year he said, I'll work every day that you have a certain item on the menu. It might have been ravioli or whatever it was that he liked. And so they would always check the calendar. And whenever that appeared, he would substitute.
We got a guy that loves didn't even know what they were. They're Bosco sticks. I don't even know what Bosco sticks were, but he can't wait till Friday's Bosco stick day.
Oh, dear. Well, I liked it when anytime they had mashed potatoes with gravy. So.
Mine was when they made really kind of scratched lasagna. That just, it was as good as you'd have anywhere. Yeah. But they don't cook much anymore.
No, not much. Let's see, we've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we're good to roll.
And Senator, it looks like the entire DOE team is here in the waiting room, so.
Thank you very much, Sam. I appreciate that. I think we can, we got enough of us so we can get started, I believe.
Senator, you probably saw Representative Millette might have another engagement.
Oh,
and I'm not sure where Senator Dougherty is at this point. So.
Nah, I think she's still in Augusta, I believe, but let me see if I can update my emails here.
So,
all right. Well, in terms of, what did I just do? Here we go. Too many screens open. I'm getting lost.
Well, find
So I
the
will
one.
have us, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, find the screen that makes you look best.
I keep searching. In any case, once I get us going, if and you can do that, Sam, if you would, we'll also reintroduce ourselves.
Yes, Senator, the live stream is, once the live stream starts in the morning, it runs all day then until we adjourn.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sam.
No problem.
Good afternoon, folks, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am with the represent State Senate District 34, which encompasses Acton, Lebanon, Potts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. We have a hearing this afternoon, and prior to that, I'm going to ask that my committee members, if they would be kind enough to introduce themselves, and I'm going to go to our co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Woodson, District 33, York County.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is the beautiful North Deering section of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. And Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman. I'm here at the Capitol, District 74, Jay, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McRae.
Yes, good afternoon, folks. I'm Dave McRae. I represent the District 148 up in the center of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Roach.
Good afternoon, everyone. From the beautiful town of Wells, Maine, District 7, I'm Tim Roach.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson. Not with us at this second. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119. It consists of a dozen towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
And folks, just to give you a heads up and a reminder that this is a committee session. Essentially, we're receiving information from the Maine Education Policy Research Institute this afternoon. And we will be on YouTube for, and please understand that this will be viewed. Folks can see this throughout the state or from anywhere, basically. Just so we're seeking some information today. And prior to doing that, I just want to also let you know, and I failed to introduce and recognize our very capable and helpful clerk, Sam Baker. You can see Sam. He will help you with any particular issues that might arise throughout in terms of the technical side. We have an analyst that works with us regularly, and she's, again, both very capable people here to help. Hillary Visler, and checking in and out. We may also have another analyst, Sam Senth. And you may see committee members actually here 1 minute and gone the next. And it's possible that they're actually involved in other committees that they have to either typically speak at. They may be a co-sponsor or a co-sponsor on a bill. So, and again, please keep in mind that this is a a live stream meeting, and it is accessible to the public. Just, I would be caution that we all are sensitive to our microphones. And I would recommend, and I'm going to try having it muted, because I'm trying to bounce between when my dog barks and doesn't, whether I'm muted or not. So in any case, thanks to the department for being here this afternoon. I'm not sure who's going to lead us off today. If they have a particular order.
I'll start letting them in, Senator. There's about 7 or 8 individuals total, and I think Beth Lambert might be the lead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, folks. Thank you for joining us today. We greatly appreciate it. And I'm not sure, but Sam thought that Ms. Lambert was going to lead off today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready for me to begin?
I think we are, yes. Please do so.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you for inviting us to talk with you this afternoon and share some of the work we've been doing around diversity, equity, and inclusion. My name is Beth Lambert, and I'm the Director of Innovative Teaching and Learning. Engaging diversity, including all learners and providing them a sense of belonging, and seeking equity is essential for preparing civically engaged adults that recognize the contributions of all people. As our student population grows increasingly diverse, our economy more global, and our world continues to be even more connected, it is a moral imperative for us at the Department of Education to support, promote, and foster diversity, equity, and inclusion in our public schools. As we stated this past December in our joint statement of commitment and support for diversity, equity, and inclusion, we recognize that education is one of the systems that have had a role in perpetuating racial inequities, and that through close examination of our system, we can and must strive to attain diversity, equity, and inclusion of all choices and experiences. We believe this work is central to living up to our promises of providing an outstanding education for every Maine learner and continuing to be a public education system of excellence. DEI, the idea that everyone wants and deserves to be seen, heard, and valued, is not new in education. But in the last 2 years, we at the Maine Department of Education have begun to walk the walk. In developing our strategic priorities, it was clear to us that if we weren't doing the work, how could we ask our schools to do the work? How could we know how to support schools in this work if we weren't doing it ourselves? Recognizing that we too are in the learning process, we have approached this work on 3 levels: as individuals at the Department of Education, the Department of Education as an organization, and outreach and support to the education field. You will hear this afternoon from my colleagues how we have pushed ourselves as individuals at the Department of Education to examine our own bias and how it influences the work we do. You will hear how, as an organization, the Department of Education has folded DEI into much of our work, and how we've explored our policies and processes through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the changes we've begun to make. You will hear how we've provided support through resources and outreach to the education field and work with our partners to support this work. And you will hear how we are engaging with other education organizations, with schools, educators, and with students to build a coalition of voices and efforts to ensure that our schools are safe and welcoming places for all, including staff, students, and their families. We believe in the work and in the role that education must play in our democracy and society. And I will now introduce my colleague, Mary Herman, who will begin our presentation with a review of our organizational approach to this work.
Oops, I am sorry. Okay, can you hear me now? Oh dear, someone's at the door. Our dog is barking. This is really embarrassing. And my husband is also on a meeting in the other room. I'm hoping that my son will deal with this. And I sincerely apologize. I was really hoping this wouldn't happen. So, good afternoon, everybody. As our commissioner often begins her communications, I want to thank you all for being champions of education in Maine. So I'm going to give a bit of a historic framework, some of which Beth has already outlined or prepared you for. Starting with it, I am pleased and honored, and it is my honor to work in the Maine Department of Education. It was my honor to be invited to join Commissioner Macon a little over 2 years ago. As many of you know, when Commissioner Macon started her job in January of 2019, she prioritized the importance of working out all of our work at the department through a lens of equity. She believes deeply in the trust to be shared with all educators. She believes deeply in inclusiveness of all educators. We will all be better educators when we involve the team and all of our stakeholders. So again, Commissioner Macon has done all of her work with an equity lens. Now, as Beth mentioned, broadly, our philosophy has been to work in the department first on ourselves as individuals to learn more about diversity, and then secondly, departmentally, and then to work with the field. So very early in Commissioner Macon's administration, we did some work with Professor Allen from the university to learn about bias, implicit bias, and we were all encouraged to look into ourselves, learn more about ourselves, and we're given resources to do some individual work. Moving to the departmental level, we began with what we call our directors and coordinators, and this is my only visual because I don't have room on my screen, to work on learning about how to guide teams within the department toward excellence with equity. It sort of worked like a book group, and we worked together reading week to week and discussing, learning about ourselves internally and how to work as leaders to make sure that we in the department, as well as our example to the field, was guided in excellence. We then moved on to plans for a deeper dig into ourselves departmentally, how we work, how we think together and with the field. And we have plans to go forth with an internal equity audit or assessment. The purpose, again, is to learn more about ourselves so that we can support the field and work with an equity lens at all times. Over the summer, after the significant events of divisiveness that arose in our country, the department decided it would be important to publicly state and put in print and digitally a public equity commitment statement that has been or will be made available to you, and that has been on our website. Not only what we believe, but how we will back up what we believe for our operational approach. We felt it was important, as we always do, to work with our education stakeholders, the broader champions of education, all of the leading education advocacy organizations of the state. So over the fall, we collaborated with them to refresh and improve and broaden our statement. And we're proud to say that all of the major educational stakeholders have joined us, and that statement is also being shared with you. I'm proud to say that early in 2020, a growing group of departmental employees and staff came together in an ad hoc voluntary group, which we are called the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. We are a group of passionate, caring, focused people who want to ensure that we as a department do all of our work in-facing and out-facing through the lens of diversity, equity, and again, inclusion. And you'll be hearing more about the work of our DEI committee shortly. It's very important, as you can imagine, that from the commissioner's office on down, we work together with the commissioner's office leadership and the leadership of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, or DEI committee on communication. So we meet regularly and we communicate in between our regular meetings. I'll finish up by saying that we're very happy to add that our student cabinet, which you've heard about and about which you will hear more, is also very interested. They're interested in mental health for students. They're equally interested in diversity in the schools and how our schools are supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'm going to wrap up by thanking our student cabinet. I'm going to wrap up by thanking you for bearing with me. And I am delighted to introduce to you Angel Laredo, who's going to be talking now about recruitment and hiring efforts in this realm. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Mary. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Angel Laredo. I am the Director of Higher Education and Educator Support Services here with the Maine Department of Education. And it's always a pleasure to be with you, and particularly on this sunny, warm March day, or at least it's warm here in Bangor. But I'm really happy to be here with you. So today I'm going to be talking about recruitment and hiring, but looking at eliminating barriers, looking at what we've done as far as educator recruitment, and also towards the end, talk a little bit about what we're doing to prepare the DOE virtual fifth floor for bringing in more folks of color to participate and to engage more into what we're doing and to engage into education. And so just shortly on that, you know, when I came to the DOE almost more than 7 years ago, I was one of two, and then one of three, back to one of two folks of color. But the sentiment is that we want to build up on that. We want to move forward. And a lot of times my other colleague, the one of two, we would sometimes see each other in the elevator, see each other downstairs for lunch, or just talk. And we would say, wow, this is kind of interesting. This is the DOE diversity luncheon. So we'd refer to it as the luncheon, just because that's what it was. And that's, we want to grow on that. So when we're looking at eliminating barriers, one thing that we when I was writing this and I talked about this, I kept thinking back of the theory of convergence. And I don't know if you're familiar with that theory, but basically it states that when a lot of things come together, new innovative ideas are brought about, new inventions happen. It's more than just the opportunity, but just the idea of several things coming together. About 3 years ago, we brought a brand new certification system into the DOE. That was wonderful. It was able to connect with folks really quickly. We were able to do a lot of fun stuff. And at the same time, we discovered that the software itself had this wonderful statistical component to it. And at the same time, we hired a lot of new people. And so we discovered that with this statistical component to it, that we could do all sorts of things as far as data. And one thing we discovered was that 90% of all teachers we certified in the DOE, they come through transcript analysis. As you probably know, these are folks who didn't go to an EPP, but they went directly to us. They brought their transcripts, they brought their information, and we connected them to what Chapter 115 had to offer, and they were issued a certificate, whether it was a professional or a conditional, but they were working. And we also discovered that this population of 90% of folks came from a diverse background. They're what we would call the second career professionals, but they were of diverse background. And they were really interesting individuals to look at. And we said, wow, what a great opportunity to recruit more folks of color into the classrooms, to be able to move forward in with that. And I thought this is a great opportunity to do so. Not to say that the 18 to 24-year-olds that the regular education preparation program are not good, but it's different. You know, I have one here, and I just wrote the last tuition check in January, which I'm really happy. So I'm not going to start looking for vineyards in Tuscany, hopefully. But as we move forward, we started to say that 90%, and we discovered that these folks are connected with the opportunity that they would want to teach. And also there's a rich body of literature that states that these individuals are very, they've decided what they want to do. They want to teach, and they're very concerned with students. And so we said, what a wonderful opportunity to see how we can recruit more folks of color through this pathway. And so as we started, we traveled throughout the state. We looked at the areas in the state where there's a concentration of folks of color. And so we went south, we went to Washington County, we went to Hancock County. We met with folks like Javier Botana in Portland. We met with other superintendents, and then we met with representatives of the University of Maine and Machias. We've had a critical group of folks of color that were coming in as second careers. So we thought, why don't we get together? Why don't we move? What are some of the things we can do to bring these folks together? And so a couple of these times we went, we were present. We had folks come in, show us their transcripts, show us what they have, and hopefully start to create a pattern. And we did this because we're concerned with the community credibility. We wanted to be credible in the communities, and we wanted to be what the philosophy of our department is to be present, is to be transparent, and also to be honest. Because some of the times when we looked at these transcripts, for example, we had a woman, wonderful woman of color, who wanted to teach art, but her background was in business. And so for her to teach elementary art, she would have to start a whole new career. And we told her, looking at 115, because that's what we go with. We told her this is what we have to do, but we needed to be honest, and we were present. So we created a lot of wonderful, wonderful opportunities in that regard. Secondly, we looked at working with Commissioner Ann Head, who created a committee that would look at hindrances of all licenses throughout the state. And from there, we drew up on some wonderful ideas, and we tried to implement them as much as we can. And then from that, we started to look at Chapter 115. What are the things in that we can change? And my colleague, Dan Schroeder, who's heading that, is doing a wonderful job eliminating what those pathways that are hindrances, not diminishing the rigor, because that's something we don't want to do, but opening up opportunities for people of color, for people from other countries to participate and move forward. So those are some of the things we did, and particularly like when we visit universities like Machias, University of Machias, University of Maine, the USM, and all these places, we wanted to partner, we wanted to be that connection. And so I think the more informal you are and the more present you are in these areas, you're able to move forward. Now, under educator recruitment, one of the things we looked at with all the meetings we had with superintendents, with school folks, and this is before COVID when we could travel, right? And so we went to a whole bunch of places and talked to people. One thing we discovered that there was a course that a lot of folks had to take that was difficult, challenging for folks because it was hard to get to it. And that is the course that talks about exceptionalities. And we discovered that the regs talk about not that course can be accepted not from a degree granting institution. So we were able to look at different ways of partnering with folks. And Javier Botana and his adult ed group started teaching this course. And that allowed for more individuals to connect, but also gave Javier the opportunity to be in the community and talk about how can we have more of a diverse teaching area, teaching group, and how can you participate? So we were able to connect with him and to connect with a lot of the work that he was doing. But one thing that we discovered, which I thought was extremely, extremely well, was adult ed. And adult ed is one of the areas that reports to me. And we figured out that with the adult ed process, that the different courses that are offered throughout the whole state that we approve and to move forward, a lot of those hours could collect and come up to be an ed tech, either 1, 2, or 3, if the courses move forward. And so we partnered, and right now we're looking at creating another pathway that would allow folks from the ed tech who want to become an ed tech to go through adult ed and receive those designations. Of course, you have to come to us and we have to do everything. But the part, again, is being able to connect with individuals, to be present. And I think that's so important. When you talk about diversity, it's not something you're going to sell, it's something you're going to get off the shelf, but it's you being in the community and saying, I would like to partner with you. I think this is very important. And as a Latino or a Chicano, what I consider myself, you have to do that, and you have to be honest, and you have to be present. So a lot of those things we did helped us to increase the numbers. Also,
Thank you, Angel, so much
Yes.
for that. I'm just going to transition us over to Danielle, who is going to give us the next piece of the presentation and build off of that great work that we were explaining to us.
All right, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Danielle Despins. I am the School Review and Equity Coordinator for the Department of Education CTE team. I am also one of four team leads for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and I'm honored to be here today in order to represent that group. I want to start by giving you a sense of the DEI committee's purpose and structure. The DEI committee formed last summer after we recognized that due to the conversations nationally, schools were having to address issues of diversity and equity within their school structures, and we as a department really needed to help them do that. So we also recognized that internally we had some work to do to truly embrace the DEI as a department. With the blessing and support of the Commissioner's Office, we invited all DOE staff to our first DEI meeting in which 50 volunteer members joined. Since then, we've been meeting monthly to discuss issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion and make decisions on how we wish to move this work forward as a group. From there, we formed 3 subcommittees. The Equity Statement Subcommittee, which ultimately represented our group during the development of the joint statement published in collaboration with Maine's leading education stakeholders. We also formed the Goals Subcommittee, which was charged with identifying our priorities. 5 clearly defined goals have since been developed and adopted by that larger group. Lastly, acknowledging that if we wanted to really push this work forward, professional development for both internal staff and external school communities would be essential. So we formed the Education and Training Subcommittee. Unlike the Equity Statement and the Goals Subcommittee, their work is ongoing. So I'd like to take a moment and talk about their current initiatives and what we've done over the year with them. Starting internally, since September, we have been inviting monthly presenters to join our DOE staff for a lunch and learn. These lunch and learns are designed to expose staff to diverse perspectives and experiences through storytelling. They are to help generate a larger conversation and are only a first step in helping staff look at their own work through a diversity lens. We are also offering 3 4-week workshop series to any Maine educator who wishes to participate. These external professional development opportunities are designed to build upon educator resources, tools, and practical skills in specific focus areas. Our first presenter, Amber Coleman-Wortley, finished up her series last week. This series focused on fostering an anti-bias school environment. Our second series presented by the Maine Intercultural Communication Consultants began last night. Over the next 4 weeks, we will grow an appreciation for cultural differences and similarities as we demystify the Islam faith and discuss how microaggressions affect student learning. And in our third and final series, Wabanaki Reach representatives will provide a historic and contemporary view of the Wabanaki culture, its interactions with Maine communities and their school student experiences. Looking ahead this summer, the DEI committee plans to reflect on all work done this year and make decisions on how we want to move this work forward. A couple possibilities that we've considered that have been discussed is the development of tangible resources and tools to assist schools in their work, a toolkit, for example. We have also discussed how we might engage in future collaborations with outside entities focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion. With that, I want to thank you for your time and pass the baton to Joe Schmidt.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Joe Schmidt. I am the acting coordinator of secondary education. I am one of the 2 coordinators who oversees the standards and instructional supports team. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about the work that we are doing in supporting our SAUs when they are working to teach our students. We have 5 kind of big buckets where you see a lot of the work coming into. One of the big ones to start off with are the standards and the review process that they're currently undergoing. SAUs use the state's standards to ground any of the work that they are doing with their own internal curricular revisions at their district level. We have currently finished up 5 of the 8 content areas and are in the process of rolling out supports aligned with those standards. And we will be doing the writing of the final 3 standards this summer. It is important to know that when we are writing these standards, there is a steering committee and a writing team, both of which we work to make sure that members of these committees represent the diversity of Maine, both in terms of the representation, in terms of geography, and in terms of the positional aspects of Maine when we think about our steering committee, and then in the educator workforce that writes these standards. Also, as part of the process of revising the standards, there are 3 public hearings that allow for public feedback. One is a hearing where we talk about the current standards as is, and we seek feedback about what people would like to see changed. The second one takes place after we have a draft of the revised standards, in which again, we solicit from the states any thoughts about the standards. And then the last one takes place with you all when you have your public hearing when the bill makes its way to the committee. We encourage individuals across the state to use all 3 of these opportunities to make sure that the standards reflect what we see as needs of the field specifically, and then in generally talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion as well. In terms of supporting SAUs when they are doing their curricular review work, we work on providing resources to support the SAUs. This comes in a variety of different ways. Some of it becomes very targeted in terms of there is a diversity, equity, and inclusion curricular review support page that looks at helping districts look at their curriculum in terms of bias, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and a decolonization approach in terms of where we see Maine Native Americans in our curriculum. This type of work is supported in terms of the resources. We also have done webinars, and these webinars and resources across all of our content areas. We have math providing equity and access reports to the field, world language and ESOL specialists who provide office hours for districts to reach out for support in those areas, and other content areas are adding resources to their online pages as well. The image that you see in this slide is taken from Facing History in Ourselves and was used as an inspiration for a diversity, equity, and inclusion resource page. It is important to note that while I started by talking about the curricular review that districts will undergo that align with the standards, this is only one entry point. And this is why I like the idea of this triangle. A triangle can be entered on any of the 3 sides. The sides are always connected, and there is not a beginning or an end to the triangle. And this is the same thing that we encourage with our districts. So while adopting and revising district level curriculum with SAUs is one part of the process, we also encourage districts to make sure that they have content area resources that are aligned to the needs of the field. We are able, due to our strong connections with educators in the field, to keep track of the emerging trends and the needs in education. And we use this information to create and expand resources, as well as plan for professional development to support these resources and look for future needs to meet what SAUs and individual educators are looking for. Again, you will see these type of supports specifically on the DEI resource page. Aligned in social studies, you see ideas and content like African American history, the Holocaust, genocide, and many other content areas, as well as math supports, and visual and performing arts is also currently in the process of making a DEI collection page as well. Once looking at a district that has reviewed its curriculum and has implemented supporting content area, we also understand that, again, there's that 3rd side of the triangle of that individual staff, student, and support around someone's own internal capacity in terms of their awareness of anti-bias work and their own understanding of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The department continues to support the work of SAUs and individuals in this. And again, we see a variety of webinars in our health and physical education. There was an inclusivity webinar, webinars around family engagement. Math has undergone a professional learning series that makes sure that we're providing math access to all students. And our English language arts specialist recently finished up a book study around grading for equity that looked at the assessment practices in ELA. This is just a small sampling of the different types of supports, professional development support opportunities that we provide to both individuals, teachers, and school districts as they work together. As mentioned earlier, we are also very keen on leveraging the support of partnerships with state organizations. We see these partnerships not only as the ability to be more efficient in our work, but also to help promote and be more effective in getting the word out about the information that we are doing out to their constituents in the field as well. These partnerships include with the Maine Association of Health, Physical and Education, Recreation and Dance, and in their 2019 conference had a focus on sessions with diversity, equity, and inclusion. There has been a long ongoing work between myself, the State Library, the State Archives, the State Museum, and the State Historical Society in working on primary source text sets that we pull across these organizations to highlight the diverse history of Maine, including one of the more recently released sets focusing on the impact that slavery has had in Maine throughout Maine's history as well. Again, trying to broaden the entire scope of what a diverse Maine history would be. We have also done work with the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association and the Holocaust and Human Rights Center of Maine on their current ongoing series that is supporting curriculum coordinators. Again, as curriculum coordinators are the ones leading the curricular work at the district level in their SAUs. We're working to provide them with as many supports as possible. We also, again, have partnerships in different content areas, including ADAMIN, the Association of Teachers of Mathematics in Maine. And then Bates College is also working with our visual and performing arts specialist to, again, leverage not only the expertise of what we have in the department, but combine that with the expertise that we see in our many educational organizations throughout Maine and make sure that we get this needed information out to as many people as possible. So in the standards and instructional supports team, we see those 8 content areas, and we see ourselves delivering not only the standards that drive the work of the districts, but also the resources, the professional development, and the supports across our state. Thank you. Next up will be Bear Shea.
Actually, it will be Decca. I've got you up, Decca.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ed Committee. I really am honored to be here today. I am, my name is Decca Dalag. I am the Family Engagement and Cultural Responsiveness Specialist for the Department of Education. And as we're talking about DEI, I think my job is a very, very reason that we can say the commissioner was really looking things into DEI lens when she created this particular job. So what's cultural responsiveness? Cultural responsiveness teaching is a research-based approach that makes meaningful connections between what students learn and what they learn in their culture, what they learn in their language, and the lived experiences that they have. These connections help students access rigorous curriculum, develop higher level of academic skills, and see the relevance between the learning things that they are learning from school and also those lived experiences that they bring into classrooms. And I can give you an example. I was presenting to a school in district in Mid-Coast, Maine, and we were talking about how a student who was a migrant student in Washington County was kind of shy because she does not speak the language fluent and was not connecting in her classroom. But when the teachers talked about different states, she raised her hand and said that I've been to that state, I've been to that city. And she was really engaging in classroom in that level. And the teacher did not just shut her out, but also bring that knowledge and said that Well, you know, these are the states that I haven't been to. Some of them I haven't been to. So we need to really encourage our children when they are learning and also bring in what they are bringing with themselves from home. And when we are also talking about, again, DEI, and you look at somebody who looks like me, the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, she must eat different foods that I do. You know, she must speak different language that I do, the dresses that we wear. But there is so much under the iceberg that we don't usually see. The value of religion, you know, how religion beliefs can guide us into different cultures and different traditions, right? Gender roles, you know, male versus female, national ways that we are bringing ourselves into an attitude to age differences. You know, elders are really very important part of our community, and what they say goes, right? And then also big thing is body language. You know, there are so many traditions and cultures that talk in a body language. So we are teaching our teachers and our educators in the field just to be mindful of that when you are teaching these children. Now, what should we do? And this is not only something that is only specific for teachers and educators, but all of us as a community. Value diversity. And when we say diversity, that doesn't mean black and white, right? It means, you know, kids with special needs. We're talking about LGBTQ community members. We're talking about kids who are not really engaging in classrooms because of their socioeconomics, which is very big in our state, if we can highlight this. And what else can we do? Right? Let's respect the differences that we bring to the table. That's another big thing that we're asking everybody. And work together. And my colleague, Joe, mentioned that the importance of connecting with stakeholders such as ECPOs, which is ethnic community organizations that are all over in our state, especially those who are nonprofit organizations that can help our students be better in their educations and support them as they support us back. One other thing that I talk about is acquire cultural knowledge. And what that means is when you have students who are coming from different parts of the world, especially in Africa, we should not assume this child came from Africa and let's say Angola, therefore you from Somalia, you should understand their culture and you should understand their language. We should not have those kind of assumptions because Africa itself is a continent with 54 countries and more than 3,000 languages, right? And we just want to make sure we have that at the back of our heads at all times. And this past Wednesday, you will find out by the end of the day, I'm a storyteller. So this Wednesday, I did a read. I read it to a school in Blue Hill School for this book. Jamal and his friend Joseph, and Jamal is a young man who has a family from Somalia. And when I was in this page, the kids were like, "That woman looks just like you, Miss Decker." And I was like, "Yes," and she's from Somalia. And they asked me, and this is at second graders who never seen anybody who looks like me. They asked me if I am coming to them from Somalia. And I said, no, actually, I'm in Maine. I'm in South Portland. And they were really fascinated by that. So they ran to the map and look at Somalia, the map. And they asked me that question, right? But when I told them I'm in South Portland, they asked me, how far is that from Blue Hill? And I kind of like, oh, I did not know that. So I kind of reached out to the teacher and she said, it's about 2 hours. So that was really very important thing to really see for the second graders who never seen anybody who looked like me, but who were excited to see me and said that when can you come and visit us and read to us again. So when we are talking about equity and inclusion, it's not only for Black students how we deal with, but also our white students who are the future leaders of this country. And another question that I get asked mostly is that teachers will say, Decca, we do not have any diversity in our classroom. How can I just, bring this in? And I said, because of that, you need to do more to have, folks who are coming from other places. You should have to introduce books that are written by people of color to your students, because tomorrow, this child will be the president of big company in, let's say, in Spain or in somewhere in Africa or somewhere in the Middle East. So if we do not prepare them now, they will not get where they need to be. So whether the child is white, whether the child is Black, we need to make sure they can learn the best way they can so that they will be the future leaders in our country and in globally. Let me talk about a little bit about family engagement and how effective that is when it comes to child's education. Family engagement is a collaborative and a strength-based process through which professionals, families, children, and community members build positive and goal-oriented relationships. It is shared responsibility of families and staff at all levels that requires mutual respect for the roles and strengths each has to offer. So when a family is coming from, let's say, another country, they do not understand the culture of the United States culture. They do not speak the language. What we can do is welcome them and say, you know what, you are in our school, you are in our state, you are in our country, but we're gonna treat you as equal as everybody else. So once we give families that way, they will be able to open up to our teachers and have that relationship, have that community building, and build a futuristic thing that will make sure that kids are really learning. And research showed when a child is supported by their family and also by their teachers, they learn better and they really shine in their classrooms. It also requires making, commitment to creating and sustaining the ongoing partnership that support families' well-being. We do have a lot of families that are homeless these days because of COVID-19. It affected everybody. Does not matter what color skin you have, does not matter what socioeconomic, it affected all of us. It affected us right now because we are talking to each other in these little boxes instead of being present with each other and seeing each other and talking to us one-on-one. I don't want to take a lot of time, but what can we do to welcome our families? Smile when you have students coming from different places. And as I talked earlier, body language makes a big difference for those who might not speak English, right? Communicate often and in various forms. I know that a lot of the immigrant folks in our schools have a WhatsApp. It's an app that we can communicate with them and send them in messages in the schools and say, today we have a parent-teacher conference. Tomorrow we have family gatherings in our schools. We invite you to come in here. We do have translators and interpreters for you to be your voices. So have those ways of, communicating with families and who do not speak English, I'm sorry. Recognize what you bring to the table, right? And make sure you bring little things that welcome them. Maybe something that looks like a map or a flag from where they're from, just to show them that welcome. And that's a conversation starter. It'll start the conversation. It's not what we say per se, but it is how we say it. We have a lot of implicit biases, and my colleagues talked about that a lot earlier, and we should not just assume things. As humans, we do that, and sometimes it's not intentional, but it happens sometimes, right? Does that mean my time is up, Beth? I don't want to take, okay. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for your service.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bear Shea. I'm the mental health and school counselor specialist. I'm happy to be back here again talking about mental health to you all, but really, the important work of being intentional in how we are including that equity lens in the work that we're doing. So I wanted to start by talking just a little bit about, equity for all students and really providing a safe and connected place for them. And we talk about safety often as security, but really what we know is that the research shows that when students feel safe, when they feel connected, when they know that their peers and their teachers and the school supports them, they do better on tests. Their achievement goes up, their graduation rate goes up. And so one of the things we want to make sure is that we're providing building that cultural awareness the way that Deck's talking about, but that's really going towards providing a safe and secure environment for our students. And that our Black, Indigenous, and students of color will actually do better and feel by feeling safer and connected to the school, and that all students will do better by having that sense of safety and equity. And so when we're looking at trauma-informed practices, we look at sort of those multiple tiers within schools. But it's important to know that some of those practices are going to be unique for different student groups. And so being able to understand some of the context for historical trauma or racial trauma and how that plays out for individual students, and knowing that that diversity and the importance of all of those different experiences should be something that we consider with all of these interventions. And so when we're talking about trauma-informed practices, that's really what we're thinking about. That's how we're leveraging that lens to make sure that we really are supporting the safety and security for all students. When we're talking about restorative approaches, oftentimes we think about discipline. But really, the restorative approaches in our schools are more about providing a way to do that connectedness, right? Ways of bridging those gaps, of being able to have tough conversations, of being able to explore things that can often be difficult and uncomfortable within our school systems, and not just for student to student or teacher to student, but for teacher to teacher as well. Having a place to be able to process some of these difficult things in a safe way is really what that restorative approach is all about. And then we've talked before, I've come and talked before about our social emotional learning curriculum. And when we were searching for that, over a year ago, when Commissioner Macon asked us to really look for social emotional learning resources, we wanted to make sure that that was leveraged through equity, that those particular needs were part of the way that the program was laid out, not just in each module, but the overall approach to it. And so just like the rest of our approaches, we really want to make sure that that equity lens is there to support the specific needs of our Black, Indigenous, and students of color. And I think one of the important things that the department has been doing and that we've really looked to leverage into all of our conversations is bringing student voice in and having voices from across the state representing all of the different students that we have as part of these conversations. And not just, to kind of hear what's going on, but really acknowledging them as experts in their field of what they do and who they are, and how we are using that to inform our practice and our approach. And that all of those different pieces go into play, whether it's in my weekly content sessions for mental health, when we have students join me as a host to actually talk with staff and educators about what mental health is looking like for students, or whether that's part of our task forces, and really using the immense wisdom that's within the Commissioner's student cabinet to be able to run these ideas by, to get their feedback. And that's also including the Young People's Caucus, the Mayan Youth Network, Maine Inside Out, all of these different ways of bringing that voice in and making sure that it is representing, the unique diversity across our state, whether it's, the North, the South, whether it's diversity, equity, all of those pieces need to be taken into account. And having that student voice is a really essential way of providing that, the information for us in the state. So I think I'm going to wrap there, knowing the time is coming up quick. And I certainly want to put it out and open up for any questions that you all have.
Thanks, Bear. Thanks, Bear. And thank you to all the DOE colleagues. We hope that you as the committee have heard over this past hour the truly comprehensive way that we have approached this work through our three-leveled approach as individuals, as an organization, and through our support to the field. So if there is time allowed, we'd be happy as a team to answer any questions that you have for us.
Well, thank you very much for your delivery to start with, but also for that offer. We already have some hands up. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all very much. That was wonderful. We spent the morning talking about the EPS funding formula, so this was a really welcome presentation. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy to hear about all this work. I've been involved in our equity task force here in Westbrook for the school department, and the work has just been so powerful and wonderful. And I'm excited to hear of all the resources and everything the Department of Education is doing. It's really, it is exciting. And we're getting ready to do talk about recruitment and curriculum review and all of that. So I hope that more school districts across the state take advantage of the things that you're offering and start having this conversation and realize that, you know, the resources that are out there, and that there's so many people that want to help, and how important this conversation is. So really not a question, but just a thank you and for continuing this work. I'm really excited.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Stearns with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the folks from the department. And I particularly like the strategy that if we're going to ask others to do something, let's reflect and do it within our own department. I think that always wins favor. I do have a specific question. I'm wondering if in all of your discussions, if you've run across any possible problems or bias with the praxis exam as far as to its use and maybe becoming a bit of a barrier for folks to be able to get into teaching that might have a lot to offer our students.
That's a great question, Representative Stearns, and I'll pass that to you, Angel, if you want to discuss that from the certification point of view.
Sure. The praxis has become an issue. An issue in the sense that it is a hindrance to folks that I talked to, as I talked about the second career professionals whose language is not English, and particularly the first part, the core. That's a difficult one in that if English is not your first language, it's hard to connect. And even if you look at it socioeconomic, some of the questions, you know, if a sailboat leaves at such and such time, when will the other sailboat connect? Who owns the sailboat when you have a low socioeconomic background? So there's there's several studies that have been done. There's a lot of literature around that, and so it's one of the things that stops it. And so is one of the executive orders that went out was to not have the praxis for folks that are applying during this period of time. And as a result of that, we've gotten more folks interested into teaching and who have submitted their application, and now they're on their road to teaching without the praxis.
Thank you very much.
So.
Thank you. And Representative Brennan, please. I think you're muted, sir.
Thank you, Senator. and thank you for the department for the presentation. That was very helpful. I have two questions, one for Ms. Lambert and then one for Mr. Shea. Ms. Lambert, you defined equity in terms of race and culture. Was there any thought of a discussion about income?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we understand completely that equity applies, well, I don't want to qualify it, I'm going to say that, but absolutely it's incorporated into when we think about equity and opportunity, certainly.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Shea, again, it was helpful to talk about all the things that you're doing with schools in terms of mental health and resources and things. But I'll ask you the same question I asked you 2 years ago. And that's it. When you have students who have difficulties, either with anxiety, depression, substance abuse, eating disorders, or whatever, the overwhelming majority of those services are provided within the community by community providers. So what's the interaction between schools and DOE and those community providers in terms of making sure that students that have identified mental health issues that cannot be addressed within a school setting are able to access community resources?
Yeah, I think it's a particularly interesting piece when we really think about intentionally adding the lens of equity and how it affects, different communities in disproportionate ways. I think one of the few silver linings is that, during this time, we've really been able to increase telehealth across the state. And when we're addressing mental health, we're lucky to have that folded into sort of the hospital approach that has expanded. And so really looking at providing mental health supports to people all across the state to build communities virtually and build relationships virtually where we're connecting, community members who are hours away. And it's allowed us to really leverage some of the work with our community partners to, really be able to share understanding trainings, and do things across the entire state that I certainly hadn't been doing before. And so I think that's one of the places that we've actually really been able to bolster and increase some of the mental health services, even though we know that workforce has been such an issue and diversity has been such an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, then I'm going to thank you folks for your availability, most importantly for your dedication to your work. It's greatly appreciated. We're looking forward to working with you down the road, and please feel free to reach out to us if there's anything we can do to assist.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon.
You as well.
I just want to thank you folks as well. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions or concerns before we head out. It's been an informational day for sure.
Senator, we do have additional presentation with the
I'm sorry.
statewide Education Justice Coalition.
Okay, I missed that one.
I
Thank
think
you.
that went, yeah, I apologize. I think it went out on the revised schedule, but maybe it was kind of at the very end there.
All right.
So I'm going to start letting them in, and I believe Doris is the lead. But if I'm wrong, then you can totally put that on me.
That's all right. I'll watch for the names. Thank you. I got you guys excited we were done, huh?
I think that went, I apologize. I think it went out on the revised schedule, but maybe it was kind of at the very end there.
All right.
So I'm going to start letting them in, and I believe Doris is the lead. But if I'm wrong, then you can totally put that on me.
That's all right. I'll watch for the names. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. I want
Got you
to,
guys excited we were done, huh?
Well, if somebody has
I actually promised that.
I think it went, I apologize. I think it went out on the revised schedule, but maybe it was kind of at the very end there. So I'm going to start letting them in, and I believe Doris is the lead. But if I'm wrong, then you can totally put that on me.
That's all right. I'll watch for the names. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. I want to,
Excited we were done, huh?
Well, if somebody has I
actually promised that. Oops. Okay, hi, this is Doris Santoro. Can you hear me? Having a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we have a lot of feedback, so I'm thinking that someone might be listening to the,
I think it might be you, Doris. I just went ahead and muted you, and it went away. Do you have the YouTube open by chance in a different window? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I think it's better now. I'm sorry. I was trying to be in
There
two
you go.
places at one time. I apologize for that.
Wow.
Thank you all. Thank you. Are you able to hear me now without as much feedback? Okay, great. I apologize for that. I'm guessing it's probably not the first time it's happened to this committee. Thank you all very much, members of the Committee on Education and Culture, for giving the members of the Education Justice Coalition an opportunity to speak with you today. And I think that what we have to share with you is going to be very much in line with what you have already talked about today. And we will be brief, but we want to make sure that you know that we are here to leverage our expertise and our resources to support you as you support equity for education in our state. I am a professor of education at Bowdoin College, so I work in Brunswick. I used to be a parent in Portland Public Schools, and I am now a parent and volunteer in RSU 78, that's in Rangeley. And, equity, it has been the lifeblood of my career. And, one of the things you were just asking about is like, who counts? Who do we think about when we think about equity? And as someone who, has experience in many different communities in Maine, I can see the need for us to focus on equity in all of our communities. And so I just want you to know that the Education Justice Coalition, we represent many folks from around the state, including taxpayers, parents, school board members, legislators, teachers, professors, students, people who are new to Maine, and multi-generational Mainers. But what unites us is a commitment to building equity in our schools and communities. And we know that by doing that, we build a better experience in schools and in our communities for everyone. We also just want to say that we endorse and align with the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Population recommendations from September 2020, and that racial and structural equity implications of policies be considered for all bills. So I want to give an opportunity, again, we plan on not speaking for more than about 7 more minutes total. I want to give you an opportunity to hear from 2 other members of our group, Roberto Rodriguez and Flynn Ross. So Roberto, do you want to go first? And then you can turn it over to Flynn.
Great, thank you, Doris. And thank you, members of the committee, for your time and for, of course, your service as public servants in the state of Maine. My name is Roberto Rodriguez. I am an at-large member of the Portland Board of Public Education and currently recovering from serving 2 years as chair of that board. I have, for the last 5 years, considered myself to have, quote unquote, gone back to school. And I've learned so much about public education policy, the system, how it affects our students differently, and how we communicate equitable outcomes, or rather how we work towards achieving equitable outcomes. Throughout this time, I've had the great pleasure of meeting amazing educators, incredible leaders in our community, and of course, powerful policymakers like everyone in this room today. One of the strongest partners in this learning curve that I've experienced has been Superintendent Javier Botana. And you heard him mention earlier today during the DOE presentation in relation to the adult education programming that we offer. The reason I single out that he is one of my strongest partners is because the wealth of experience that he brings to the job and the perspective that he brings to the job. I'll be brief, just sharing that Mr. Botana started his career as an ed tech. He moved as a teacher, then as an administrator, worked in leadership in multiple districts, including as an assistant superintendent in districts such as Chicago Public Schools, Michigan City, Indiana, Portland, Oregon, and of course now Portland, Maine. He has also, and you heard earlier today, the importance of having diverse educators in our schools. We have now a BIPOC person in the highest leadership position in the largest and most diverse school district in the state of Maine. And so when we talk about how do we make these working environments welcoming for BIPOC folks, you should then hear what the experiences of Javier has been in this field and the advancement that he's been able to create in putting forward equitable policies. So I also have benefited from meeting and getting to know many experts in this field, such as Dr. Doris Santoro, and of course, Flynn Ross. And so I'll be now handing it off to Flynn so that she can share her expertise and go a little bit deeper into the work that we're trying to advocate for. I'll just reaffirm what Doris said a moment ago, that if there is one main thing that we want you to leave with today, is that we're committed to be partners with you in this work, that we have overarching goals that we've acknowledged. And I believe that in collaborating together, sharing our wealth and experience with each other and leveraging our networks, we'll be able to achieve those goals. One final thing I'll say. If it's not clear now that conversations about public education in the state of Maine have taken a pivot point, and that we are addressing things from a very purposeful, equitable lens in a way that we have not done before, that to me, like I said, it is very, very clear. And so it's important that we capitalize on that opportunity. Thank you. Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Roberto and Doris. And thank you, committee members, very much. I'm Dr. Flynn Ross. I'm Chair of Teacher Education at the University of Southern Maine, where I have run the graduate ETEP, Extended Teacher Education Program, for over 20 years. And thank you, Representative Salisbury, for your commitment and on the Equity Committee in Westbrook. I think there is some great work being done. I'm the founder of the Equity and Excellence in Maine Schools, which is a clearinghouse. I put the link in the chat here. It's a clearinghouse of resources that are all Maine-based to help support our schools. As a coastal community, we know rising tide lifts all boats. And when we serve all of our students, Maine will improve. And recent data that our former English language learners are raising our statewide student achievement scores. I think that is not well known, but needs to be promoted. So I wanted to share briefly the framework that our Education Justice Committee Coalition has developed over the last couple of months. And I believe this might be in a packet of materials that we shared earlier with the committee. So just understanding that the structural, this framework focuses on structural aspects of our institutions and policies. We recognize that structures in our public policies are designed to create opportunities, have the opportunity to create equity or not. And that when we don't create equity, when we actually inhibit equity, it's often in unintended ways. Nobody sets out to be inequitable, but it often comes about because we don't understand these structures and systems. And it takes all our large coalition, particularly our student voice, as Bear Shea said from the Department of Ed, to help us understand the impacts of our policies and proposals. So the Education Justice Coalition, with equity at the center, meaning accessible, quality, responsive education for all, is built on a foundation of community conditions necessary for every student to learn. We need our students, they have to have safe and affordable housing. So much of what happens in schools is that we have schools right in Westbrook where a third of our students are transient. They keep moving. And so when they don't have that stability in a classroom because they don't have that stability in a house, it's very hard to educate them. We need integrated healthcare, our children who aren't in school because of health issues. We need accessible community activities and outdoor recreation for all. So these are foundations upon which we can reach equity in schools that is built on a foundation of high quality early childhood programs. And I know this committee has done a lot of work in investing in universal 4-year-old pre-K programs. As we were just talking about, recruitment, preparation, and retention of high quality, diverse educator workforce at all levels up through the highest level administration, as Roberto was talking about, We need comprehensive curriculum and assessment guidelines that focus on rigorous critical thinking, multiple perspectives throughout history. I know you're looking at some bills that are around history, citizenship for democratic society, that values the child's whole identity, all right, the social, emotional, spiritual, and mental well-being of the child. Accountability systems, the assessment system reform we know the Department of Ed has been working on that aligns and minimizes standardized testing, including praxis, while holding communities accountable for access to high quality education that's responsible for student needs. For too long, our accountability has rested on the backs of our children in the testing system rather than the backs of our policymakers in the decisions they make. Our school discipline reforms, prioritizing supporting students to reach their full potential rather than excluding them from our communities. The school to prison pipeline is way too well established and exists here in Maine as well. We need the data systems to track these impacts. The Department of Ed under Commissioner Macon has made huge gains in having transparent, publicly accessible data systems to help our citizen keep the accountability. And we need infrastructure to ensure equitable access to technology. We see this particularly right now in the pandemic. I have 100 student teachers teaching in schools right now, many of them with 10 kids in the classroom and another 5 to 7 online with owls, with Padlets, they've got 10 different systems on their computers simultaneously while they're giving feedback. It's incredible, and it can only be done with high-speed internet. So it's amazing. So this is the framework we wanted to share with you, but we really want to save time for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to ask those questions. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Flynn, for your work and representing Westbrook as well, even if it's just behind the scenes. We appreciate it. I had a question about how the work that you guys do balance or sort of is interwoven, if it is, with the work that was just the group that was just speaking before you with the Department of Education. Do you guys work together? Is there a collaboration, or how does that work together?
So the Education Justice Coalition, we are a recently formed group, but there is a lot of interlap. Many of us do work with the Department of Ed in a variety of capacities. So the Association of Cultural Leadership, I've been working with that group around their equity pieces. Doris and Roberto, if you want to share some of the ways you've worked with Department of Ed.
One of the ways that I've seen us working with the Department of Ed is we work together as all of the teacher education programs of Maine come together as a group called TEAM. And then we regularly meet with the Department of Ed to talk about how we can support their equity goals. And I think that this equity focus is new enough that we have, and I'm not talking about our coalition, but the department's equity focus is has just been articulated and is new enough that it's starting to be a leverage point for all of these conversations. And I think that that joint statement of commitment and support for diversity, equity, and inclusion that came from the Maine School Boards Association, the MEA, the Principals Association, that's going to be a place where all of us need to look at what we're doing. And so whenever we are interacting with the DOE, that's going to be a point of conversation about where is equity in this. I'll turn it over to you, Roberta.
Thank you, Doris. I'll be very brief just to add that as you heard earlier during the Department of Education presentation, they're being very purposeful about going out to districts and learning about what programs and interventions are being put in place, again, highlighting what was said about our adult education program. So kudos to the Department of Education for being out there and making themselves accessible so that folks like us can then work with them collaboratively. But as Flynn said a moment ago, there's this constant back and forth of sharing information and resources. And again, why it's an exciting time to be aggressive in how we advance policies for education here in Maine.
Thank you. How about Representative Crockett, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd be remiss not to say hello to my neighbor, Roberta. And I also want to add the words he said about our superintendent, Xavier, were spot on, yet you could echo those same sentiments towards Mr. Rodriguez. As a 2-year leader of our school board, an active member now, he did an incredible job of spreading the diversity message in addition to everything else. And I just want to give him a very public thank you for that service.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other questions of these folks this afternoon? Well, thank you very much for being with us and for your expertise, but most importantly for your dedication and commitment to your work. So, and we'll work together again, I'm sure, and please reach out to us if we can be of any assistance.
Okay. Thank you for your service.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
How are we doing, Sam? All right?
Yep. Now now we're on our last presentation for the day.
All right. Anything, folks, questions or anything before we head out?
Oh no, I mean we have our sorry, Senator, we have one more now.
We have a presentation.
Sorry.
Teasing me. That's what you're doing. You're teasing me.
This is the last one, I swear. This is all publicly available information. It's on the website.
This is Senator Rafferty every Friday at school too.
Fridays are usually game days, Tim, so we're there anyway, Thank you, sir.
No problem. So now, Senator, we have the Statewide Student Homelessness Coalition, and I'm not sure who the lead is on this, so we'll just have to ask them.
Good afternoon, folks. Not sure that, welcome. Oh. We were not clear on who's gonna lead you folks off, but thank you for being here this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much for inviting us all this afternoon. I'm Gretchen McCloy from South Portland. We are waiting for our fellow compatriot from Portland, Susan Wiggins, to join us as well. But I can get started with just a brief introduction, and I'm sure Susan will jump right in once she gets on. But thank you all very much for giving us space to share our experiences with you this afternoon. We come to you representing a group of educators, professionals working in various sectors around the state who are all focused on homeless students and houseless students and supporting the needs and the rights of these students who qualify for McKinney-Vento supports within our schools. We've been meeting as a collective of professionals for the last 10 weeks, just trying to look at how can we communicate better between people who are in the housing authorities and the medical providers and the legal advocates, and how can the McKinney-Vento liaisons around the state continue to collaborate in a positive way as well. So our hope and intent for this afternoon was just to spend some time speaking about the McKinney-Vento process, the students who qualify for McKinney-Vento. Susan Wiggins from Portland has a great overview to kind of share what in general McKinney-Vento is and how it works within our school districts. And then we have Jamie Cowett from Lewiston speaking about the work that she's doing in Lewiston, and Haley Veruso from Opportunity Alliance speaking about the work that her organization does supporting families who are experiencing houselessness from a case manager's perspective. I'm going to pause for a second. Not seeing Susan jump in yet. Haley, did you want to go ahead?
I would be happy to kind of tee us up with the work that we are doing from a social service perspective. And once Sue pops on, she can certainly take it from there with regards to her expertise on the McKinney-Vento process within the school systems, if that works for a quick pivot on our end. Okay, great. So hi there, my name is Haley Veruso. I work for the Opportunity Alliance, which is Cumberland County's community action agency. In my role of Youth Services Director, I have the privilege of supporting 3 community-based youth serving programs. So our Children's Behavioral Health Home, our High Fidelity Wraparound, and our Homeless Youth Services Case Management programs. So recognizing that the impact that houselessness has on children and their families, our programs seek to be as low barrier as possible. We do our best to meet families where they're at. Our case management and care coordination teams are trained in trauma-informed care, as we recognize that working with Maine's most vulnerable youth requires a unique understanding of the challenges they face, especially in the context of student houselessness. In particular, our Homeless Youth Services program, we serve young people ages 6 to 21 and their families or identified families who are at risk of or are currently experiencing houselessness in Cumberland and York counties. Fortunately, we're a grant-funded program through the Department of Health and Human Services, which allows us to work with families regardless of insurance or of status. So similar to our McKinney-Vento liaisons, we have a larger interpretation of houselessness that includes families who are doubled up, who are couch surfing, to those who are at risk of eviction. So we do our best to have some prevention efforts built into our program as well, to those staying in motels and those residing in shelters. Houselessness in our state looks different during different seasons. So in the summer of 2020, we had quite a few families who were tenting or camping, while now, although today looks like a beautiful day out, we've seen an unprecedented number of families staying in motels. I'm sure my colleagues will certainly share that that's been their experiences as well. So we work directly with youth and their families to not only find sustainable housing, but the resources needed to maintain that housing. In our current housing climate, this challenge continues to heighten. We're facing low vacancy rates and astronomically high rents. I'm sure that's not a surprise to anybody in this room. And so over the last few months, the population we serve has really expanded. So historically, we've worked with families whose income would be considered low or very low, many families having no income at all, with an inability to earn an income, like those in the beginning stages of the asylum process. Now we've seen families that fall within the middle income bracket with whom a full-time job doesn't come near the amounts needed to afford a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment in Cumberland or York counties. So what that means is that families are needing to leave their home communities and those they feel most connected to, such as their schools, to find an affordable place to live. Throughout the last year, we've also seen an increased number of unaccompanied minors, a trend seen throughout our state and echoed by various stakeholders. Maintaining a connection with school has been a lifeline for the young people that we have supported, and oftentimes it's members of their school community who are their only trusted adults. McKinney-Vento allows us to work with youth who are 16 years and older with their consent if they've been out of their caregiver's home for even 1 night. However, throughout the mental health and medical communities, we have seen that this policy is not broadly followed consistently. The young people that we are working with who are unaccompanied are some of the most resilient, dynamic, and bright, creative members of our community, but they're forced into a situation where their focus is solely on survival. We can do better, and we owe it to them to do so. We know that the work we do extends beyond resource connections. It's a shared vision with the families we work alongside to ensure they find a place they call home and the place they already call their home. So our homeless youth services really plays a vital role in our community. We collaborate with schools, with systems, and other providers to identify children at risk of houselessness and to ensure all children in Maine feel safe and secure. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've worked with over 75 families. We're a tiny team. There's 4 case managers that serve 2 counties in Maine. And about 90% of our families involved in our service achieve the goals they set forth for themselves. We know that early intervention helps to build strong, healthy, and resilient communities so that youth can flourish. As a social worker, I recognize that emotional well-being and social connection is paramount to youth feeling a sense of acceptance and belonging. Oftentimes, schools are the primary space in which young people feel that. Houselessness can jeopardize that connection. The protections offered by McKinney-Vento are integral to maintain that social capital, but we are seeing an increasing amount of families facing disruption in their children's educational community because of our systems. I think at our core, we are advocates committed to social justice, working to hold those systems accountable, returning the power to family and the power, such as having the decision to maintain in their home communities. We have the privilege again to walk alongside families in this journey, witnessing their magnificent resiliency despite great adversity. We need to continue to commit to them our belief that all youth have the right to live and thrive in their home communities. As our state's representatives, you are in the unique position to truly put policies in place to build the infrastructure needed to ensure that young people feel true joy in our community. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share our perspective on what young people and their families are experiencing and how it directly relates to our school system. I'm going to pass to Sue Wiggin here, who is going to provide more of a context for what our school systems are seeing. Thanks, Sue.
Thanks, Haley. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and all members of this committee for sharing time with us this afternoon. We're happy to be here. I'm Susan Wiggin. I'm the McKinney-Vento liaison for Portland Schools, and I'm also the social worker at Portland Adult Education. The statewide Student Homelessness Coalition has been meeting for the last 10 weeks. The effort began with a Portland Public Schools social worker named Amy Leonard, who is the social worker at Rowe Elementary, who was having such a difficult and complex case that she reached out to Representative Morales for more systemic help. And Representative Morales came to aid very quickly, not just saying I'm here to help, but actually swinging into action in meaningful ways that was able to meet some of the needs of the family. And she quickly created the coalition that Gretchen and Haley and Jamie and I are a part of. We are a group of McKinney-Vento liaisons, school staff, school social workers, community organizations from many municipalities from Biddeford to Brewer. We meet every Tuesday morning to share resources and problem solve regarding the housing crisis and other related complex challenges that our students and their families are facing. McKinney-Vento Act, for those who aren't familiar, is a federal act that governs school districts when working with families who are coming in and out of homelessness. It is an unfunded mandate, and at its core, it offers protections for families in the most vulnerable of circumstances to provide as much stability as possible during one of the most unstable times in their lives. The definitions of students experiencing homelessness under this act include families who are doubled up, living with one or more other families. This often entails no one being on the lease and 2 or more families living together in a small apartment that was often meant for just one small family. The definition includes students who are couch surfing, which literally means that they and sometimes their families are sleeping on floors and couches for a night or 2 at a time, and then doing the same to another friend's house over and over and over again, sometimes for years until they reach stability. The definition includes people who are living in their cars, in tents, or literally on the streets. And the last of the 4 components includes the families who are staying in a shelter. In Portland, our students with families stay in the family shelter, and unaccompanied teens stay at the teen shelter. Currently, the family shelter is housing 18 families for a total of 56 people. The vast majority of our McKinney-Vento eligible students are doubled up in Portland. Right now in Portland schools, we have 214 McKinney-Vento eligible students that we know of. 95 are at the elementary school level, 38 at the middle school level, and 81 at the high school level. This number continues to build throughout the school year. It never decreases. The majority of our McKinney-Vento eligible students in Portland are asylum seekers and are very new to Maine and to our country. They are at the beginning of their resettlement journey without any of the structural supports that are found in the refugee resettlement programs like Catholic Charities. My position is a half-time position. I focus on working with a variety of nonprofit agencies and with general assistance in the family shelter. I work with my McKinney-Vento liaison counterparts in different districts to meet the needs of other districts' McKinney-Vento students as well as our own. I also work with social workers, front office staff, and administrators in all of our buildings throughout the district. We work hard to diligently capture each move a family makes and to accurately account for each student each day. This may seem like a simple task, but it takes many trained people from within and outside the school system to keep watch and to keep our systems updated. This is difficult due to families making many moves, often in quick succession, language barriers, and barriers to accessing phone, internet, and device services, as well as not being accustomed to being in the United States and often not knowing that if they move to South Portland, for example, they are in a completely different city from Portland. A part of the McKinney-Vento Act requires that as students move, we perform the best interest of the student analysis and work with their family to determine the best school placement for each student. This includes moves which are out of neighborhood within our district and also out of district placements. An emphasis is placed on trying to keep continuity of schooling for the school year by keeping students in their school of origin. This is not always possible due to many complicating factors. This is also connected to our requirement under the Act to provide transportation to students both within our district and outside our school district. This is also a complicated and time-taking process that takes a lot of coordination amongst a variety of systems. McKinney-Vento requires that we register students immediately and that there are no delays for any reason, including an inability for parents to provide paperwork like birth certificates. We have created systems so that we are able to do this seamlessly within our district. Once we have students placed in their school, the race to meet their most basic needs begins. Many of our students do not have clothing, shoes, boots, coats, hats, food, cell phones. The list goes on and on and on. We have systems within our district and are working in partnership with outside agencies to help meet these basic needs, in addition to meeting all of their social, emotional, and educational needs. Students in these circumstances are vulnerable and have experienced often profound and unimaginable trauma. The biggest gap in what we are able to provide by far is housing. Families are staying for many, many months at a time in the family shelter that was created to be an emergency 24-hour shelter. Families remain doubled up year after year after year. People cannot settle without permanent housing. This is always a very difficult situation. It has worsened during COVID because of the stay on evictions and other COVID-related housing issues. People are not moving in and out as they typically would from an incredibly tight, affordable rental market. The numbers are high, the needs are many and complex, and we are doing our best to meet the needs of students and families under incredibly difficult circumstances. Thank you for your attention. And I'm going to pass it to Gretchen.
Do you want me to go, Gretchen?
Or to Jamie.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jamie Cowett. I run a program called The Store Next Door at Lewiston High School. The Store Next Door, we have worked with homeless liaisons and realized in Lewiston that we have a huge homeless problem. So we created a clothing closet and started to address the basic needs. So we follow Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and we noticed that we needed to hit the ground running with these students to get whatever they needed to get them to graduation. So we start sometimes at 5 a.m. We have kids that come meet us downstairs in the basement so they can get a shower, get out of their dirty clothes because they are sleeping in tent cities, have them shower. They don't want other kids to see them in their dirty clothes. So we'll take their dirty clothes, wash them in the school, give them a change of clothes. We have their backpacks. So they're living out of their backpacks. We'll keep their backpacks that they leave with, fill them with food. So it's a full clothing pantry, food closet, just anything that a student needs to survive, the school is providing in the basement of the high school. So we have to seek out community donations. The store next door is fully run by the community that sends in support. COVID hit and these students didn't have any connection to the school. So the school 100% shut down. So I had to now go out into the community and find these kids that were still living in tent cities because they weren't able to access shelters. They couldn't get COVID testing. I mean, just tons of things happened, and we have a real problem and our numbers are growing. Usually before COVID, I serve over 300 homeless youth within a school year. And I don't know what's going to happen when the kids can come back, but I know that our numbers are not lowering, they're just getting higher. And I just started being a paid employee through the school department before this. This was all volunteer work because this is what I love. And these students need a connection to continue to trust adults and to grow in our communities. And I just really would invite you all to come see the store next door and come meet some of the kids that we work with and see our future. If you ever want to, please reach out to me, but I'll pass it on to Gretchen because I know we don't have a lot of time. So I want her to get a chance to talk also.
Great, thank you. Just to round out our group, again, I'm Gretchen Earl McCloy. I work in South Portland. I'm the Director of Community Partnerships for the South Portland schools. This school year, I've been directly supporting students and families who are experiencing houselessness. I come to this work with a background as a school counselor and as someone who has completely pivoted my job responsibilities within the schools this year to respond to the increased number of students who qualify for McKinney-Vento in South Portland schools. In many schools around the state, the McKinney-Vento liaisons are individuals who have multiple job responsibilities, and they might not have a background or extensive training in this type of work. In some districts, it falls to a special education coordinator or a school nurse, or in the case of South Portland, it's our assistant superintendent who is our official McKinney-Vento liaison. As we think about the best ways to support students who are at risk of becoming houseless or students who are experiencing houselessness, having a dedicated person at the district level in a bustling district like South Portland would be incredibly important. I see the value in a dedicated McKinney-Vento liaison being able to build meaningful connections with these students and families, to be a liaison with the local service providers, and to be an advocate for these students and their families. State funding to support McKinney-Vento liaisons in the schools would certainly be most welcome. And here's just a small snapshot of what's happening in South Portland. So as we reported in January at our State of the Schools address, over the past 4 school years, our district has supported between 30 and 40 students who experience houselessness over the course of a year. As of January, we have already enrolled 113 students this year who are houseless in South Portland. And at this point, our number is closer to 130 students so far this year who have experienced houselessness at some point this school year. While I've been truly humbled to be invited to be part of the team supporting these students, I hope we could see future state funding for districts like mine to have a dedicated staff member who could support McKinney-Vento students. Educators are really good at being flexible and nimble and wearing lots of hats, but it would feel really good if the person supporting McKinney-Vento students could be really present and focused on the needs of these students instead of trying to juggle their McKinney-Vento liaison responsibilities in addition to many other important responsibilities they might have within the schools. So to all of you who are on this committee and beyond, I invite you to find out who are the McKinney-Vento liaisons within your own school districts and to learn more about how students experiencing houselessness are supported in your region. There's a lot of really great work going on around the state, and you've heard about some of it today, but I also believe that in many districts, we still have a lot of space for improvement. So we came to you today to share these experiences that our coalition group has been talking about and discussing over the last 10 weeks, and for many people, years that they've been involved with this work. But we're also here to respond to any questions that you might have or provide other information in related areas that you might have.
Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys all very much for coming today and for your dedication and work surrounding helping out these students. And I'll have to get used to saying houselessness. I heard unhomed recently too. So thank you for clarifying that. And again, for your advocacy and your work. One of the things you mentioned, Ms. Wiggin, is that you said that the McKinney-Ventnor was an unfunded mandate. Are schools reimbursed from the federal government for any of the McKinney-Ventnor work?
There's some money that comes through the state that is federal money that each district has to apply for. It's a small amount of money, and each district then is able to make the decisions about what they do with that money. And for example, in Portland, the money that we use for our McKinney-Ventnor funds is dedicated to funding part of 2 educator salaries at the Street Academy, which is the homeless teenage accessibility outside of schools to help people finish their high school diploma, get what used to be called the GED, the high set, and that's what we use our funds for. So that leaves us no funds for transportation, for my role, to meet any of the needs, the endless needs of these families. So it is literally a drop in the bucket.
Thank you. I didn't realize that. Thank you for explaining that.
Thank you. And Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Senator. And first I have to apologize to one of the panelists. Ms. Wiggins has emailed me twice and I have not responded. So
I've already forgiven you, Representative Brennan, no problem.
Well, if you would text me or email me your phone number, I'd be more than happy to call you. So that would be usually helpful. Also, in response to Representative Salisbury's question, McKinney-Ventnor, it is a grant process, and it does. There's a small, as Ms. Wiggins already pointed out, there's a small amount of money that is available in a grant to school districts. But last year, we received a report back from the Department of Education due to an inquiry made to DOE in 2019. And they reported back about McKinney-Ventnor as well as situations facing homeless students in the state of Maine. And one of the things that the report identified was that we have a very uneven system of McKinney-Ventnor appointments across the state of Maine. And that obviously some school districts are a little bit more vigilant about appointing people and identifying people, and other school districts are not. And could you comment a little bit more about that? Because it is a federal requirement that every school district should identify somebody.
Sorry, you're asking me to comment on it?
Anybody can answer.
Yeah, I think, one of the biggest things that I see as McKinney-Ventnor liaison working with others is it really depends on how many McKinney-Ventnor eligible students you have in your district. So if you have 10 to 12 McKinney-Ventnor eligible students in your district, it might make sense for that to be a portion of the duties of the director of student services or an assistant superintendent. I think when you get into a discernible amount of students and the vast array of needs, then some real attention needs to be focused on as Gretchen shared, and we all agree that my experience is I spent time working in day treatment in the schools as well, which if you can imagine working with the most vulnerable special needs students where there are very small classrooms, five students per classroom, perhaps, one teacher, 2 specially trained behavioral and educational technicians, so a high staff to student ratio. From my perspective, working with the McKinney-Ventnor students is very much like working in full day treatment programming, that the smallest number of students require the vast amount of time. Just to give one quick example, and we all have many examples, when working with people from around the world, we have very limited access to interpretation services. it can take 15 minutes just to hook up a call working with someone who speaks Kinyarwanda. And that's before the work even begins. And so you can't just make a call to give some help. It takes hours. It's laborious work. And it takes many hours to make just a small drop in the bucket of progress.
Yeah. And as you see, sometimes people aren't as responsive as they should be, right? When you send them emails.
Well, you know, legitimately, we're all busy, and we're all, you know, in COVID times, we're really all treading water, you know, and I think that's really legitimate. We all have a lot on our plate, and we're all doing our best.
Well, thank you for defending me. Thank you.
Representative Dodge has a question for you folks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation this afternoon. I would like to share a couple of questions and concerns. Having taught in a very rural school district in Down East Maine, I wonder if you have some thoughts and plans about how those situations can be addressed in a better way. And I also wonder if there is a way to access the information about who the McKinney-Vento reps are statewide in the various school districts and RSUs, please. Thank you.
I can certainly touch on your question relating to rural houselessness. Maine was recently, or went out to bid, awarded a $3.3 million HUD grant. The Youth Houselessness Demonstration Program, I mean, YHDP is what we've been calling it for months. And recently, all of those projects went out to bid, and included in that project is a mobile diversion team, which is specifically focusing on youth experiencing houselessness in rural communities to physically meet them where they're at and explore opportunities to either maintain their current housing situation and or find a situation that could better meet the family's needs. So right now, those proposals are due at the end of next week, and projects will be up and running by spring, early summer. So that was specifically designed to be addressing the fact that Maine has a large houselessness population in our rural communities. Our team certainly sees that in our capacity. And since rolling back some of our protocols, now that there have been increased safety measures taken at our organization to physically be in space with people again outdoors, we go to people. Prior to COVID, we transport people. It's a small drop in the bucket. It's the folks that we're serving in our programs. That is some of the ways that we're working to ensure that we are able to dismantle some of the barriers that are associated with these geographic service deserts. McKinney-Vento, I mean, certainly Sue will be able to answer this better. I know we have a spreadsheet that was provided to us by Amelia Lyons through the Department of Education that outlines every McKinney-Vento liaison in our state.
Well, and that's how I get the spreadsheet too. I contact Amelia, who's the state level McKinney-Vento person that manages the program for the state. I have a really hard time finding it on the DOE website. It does exist, but I have never successfully been able to find it. So I contact Amelia and she gets me the spreadsheet too. You can also, each of you in your local areas, you would just call the superintendent's office and say, oftentimes the people that answer the phone don't know the term McKinney-Vento, but you'd say, who is your homeless liaison or who's responsible for homeless students in your district, and they'll know who that is.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for these folks? So you basically, it's a mandated program, unfunded, which is not a great combination to start with. But in any case, the only number I actually heard was somewhere in there was a grant of about $3 million. Do you know how much it's currently costing to run this program statewide? And should it be funded, any idea of just a rough guess as to the amount that it would take?
I don't think any of us here have those numbers. We're not working at that level of macro practice. I think that's something that Representative Morales is very interested in. I know Representative Brennan is very interested in this kind of macro level consideration and how we might tweak our federal dollars that are coming through our state to reapportion them in more meaningful and effective ways as it relates to McKinney-Vento.
Thank you very much. Good resource.
Senator Rafferty, if I just follow up, in 2019, there are between 2,500 and 3,000 students / children in the state of Maine that were identified as being homeless. And that was students, quote, and families. And I know that number is kind of fluid and it is different definitions, but the fact that we had identified 2,500, 3,000 students in our K through 12 system across the state that were homeless was obviously disturbing.
Certainly is. But, any other questions for folks? Folks, this is difficult work, I'm sure. We appreciate what you're doing, and thank you. Your efforts are, I'm sure, greatly appreciated, mostly by those students and families you are assisting directly. But if there's something we can do, please don't hesitate to reach out to us as well. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you again for
your
sharing your
time.
time.
Wow. Tough way to end. Yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for, I'm not thinking as quickly as I sometimes do, and even sometimes then it's not that quickly. Should we have asked a question about the intersection of COVID relief funds with what they're doing? And also, should we have asked a question about kids who are in state custody until they're 18 and then move into some other category? Does that also overlap in any way?
Good questions, but it appeared as though, I think we were talking to the workers, not necessarily the folks that have that type of information. So I have a feeling that perhaps Representative Morales, or she could direct us to the so-called intricacies such as that. But
and are we going to introduce some sort of request of the governor or about the use of some of the COVID relief funds being directed in that way? I wonder. Do you think? Thank you.
Well, I do know that the monies coming into the state to help the homeless issue and so forth is much greater this particular year than it has been in the past. But a lot of that is directed at, keeping families in homes, helping with rent relief and those types of things. So I don't know how much crossover there is. I think it's worth us exploring. I think we can do that. But again, it's sounds like there's it's obviously a difficult situation. It's not going away. It seems to be growing. And if we're looking at 3,000, 2,500 to 3,000 students back in 2019, I can only guess that that's grown. So,
and again, Senator, I have a bill that's coming to the committee within the next week and a half that will, I'm sorry, it's going to the Labor Committee, but it will address this issue.
Thank you very much. That's excellent. Thank you. And Representative Salisbury with a question, please.
Be my last one for today. Do you think we could at some time maybe get a presentation about the McKinney-Ventnor and what the Department of Education and what that looks like from their perspective? And even if, I mean, maybe that might even be an email, you know what I mean? Just outlining kind of what the program is and things like that. But maybe, I don't know, Representative Brennan, maybe your bill might talk about that too.
You know, the bill I have goes to labor because it's labor and housing. And it's going to provide a rental voucher for homeless students and their family through Maine State Housing Authority. And it'll be coordinated with the McKinney-Ventnor coordinators and liaisons in the school district. So they'll have immediate access to a rental voucher that will extend for up to 9 months.
Oh, that's really nice.
Right. But we could definitely request the department to come back in because, as I mentioned, they gave us a very brief report in February of last year, but it was really abbreviated and we were unable to follow up on it because of the quick adjournment beginning March. So Senator Rafferty and I can talk about in our scheduling to make sure and talk to DOE about setting aside an hour for them to come back and talk about that report in McKinney-Ventnor.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And thank you for submitting that bill. That sounds wonderful.
Yep.
I support it.
Well, I'll have to talk to Senator Rafferty, who's still on the Labor Committee.
Oh, look at him. He's averting his eyes because he knows we're all staring him down.
Well, that was, it's funny, last night I had one of those virtual, meetings within my district, and the question came up, what has been your biggest surprise in terms of, since you got on board? And it definitely surrounds homelessness and housing issues. And I mean, just, it's amazing the impact that poverty can have on a family or anyone, and how it just to climb out of that situation. So, and that's been exposed through working with the labor and housing. Definitely that was front and center. And my idea of affordable housing going in was, I'm looking around just in my area and looking at the escalating prices along, through York County, and I'm saying, how can young kids getting going, how can even teachers or your local police, anyone, how can they get going? I mean, the housing market it's crazy. I mean, it's just escalating. So that's how I went in, but that was kind of a naive look. And then when you get in and you see, how it's just statewide, it's a very broad issue, and affordable housing means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And, whether you're a senior or you're homeless, like we're hearing today, and there's a lot in between. So in any case, folks, thank you very much. I appreciate, you've been very patient with me. I have still have a lot to learn. And as I said the other day, I have big shoes to fill. And, Maddie's been great in terms of helping me out. And Mike is following in her footsteps as well, as trying to keep me on the straight and narrow and, learning as we go. Tried to get you out early today on a Friday, and Sam wouldn't let me do it. So, all these little things, but.
Oh man, I used to get blamed in high school for that too. I was always the kid with the last question.
Okay. And
Sam,
we're going to be meeting right now.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you very much for that. All right. Folks, you have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
A good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, I did send a fresh link, Senator Rafferty. It's it says
Okay.
chair transition, I think, is the subject in the email.
All right. I'm going to pull out. Sam, you have a great weekend, and thanks for your patience and help today.